Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Market segment on Aneke TV, and Nigeria is back on the map. Following the landmark FTSE Russell reclassification of the Nigerian global investment community have returned to our shares, and the bulls are already responding. As the Osher Index scales historic heights and Naira holds its line, we stand at the intersection of local resilience and international opportunity. From the high-stakes diplomatic talks in Islamabad that are holding the world's energy markets in suspense, to the local commodity, shift impacting every Nigerian household, we are tracking the numbers that define your net worth. Stay with us. The market is moving, and we have the insight to ensure you move with it. And this is the Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your wealth finds its voice. I'm Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Now quickly, with the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance, the Nigerian equities market started the week on a positive note yesterday, April 20th, 2026, as the benchmark all-share index, ASI, climbed significantly, supported by strong buying interest in the banking and logistics sector. The all-share index, closed at 218,115.77 points, gaining 948.20 points. Market capitalization rose to 140.45 trillion naira, and investors' sentiment remained bullish, with 36 gainers compared to 37 losers, indicating a highly active but selective trading environment. Now let's quickly take a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday. Yes, and we'll start with NACO. Yes, NACO yesterday closed at 242 naira, 242 naira, making a positive change of 22 naira to a bullish run of a positive 10% adjustment. And then Union Daikon followed suit. Union Daikon equally closed at 18 naira 15 kobo, equally making a change of 1 naira 65 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 10% as well. Then Fidelity Bank is the next in line here. Fidelity Bank, as of yesterday, gained additional 2 naira to close at 22 naira 5 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of a plus 9.98%. Yes, and then looking at Transparency, that's a Transfer Express, closed equally bullish yesterday, making a positive adjustment of 9.92%, to gain a 0.60 kobo to close at 6 naira 65 kobo. Access Corporation yesterday closed at 32 naira 85 kobo, gaining additional 2 naira 95 kobo from the previous day's closing to make a bullish adjustment of 9.87 positive adjustment. And quickly taking a look at the losers table, where Infinity yesterday closed at a loss, making a negative adjustment of yesterday, a negative change of 50.79% yesterday. Yes, to shielding 9 naira 65 kobo from the previous day gain to close at 9 naira 35 kobo. And they are followed by Stanbic IBTC, traded as Stanbic. Stanbic yesterday was very bearish as he shielded a negative 10% adjustment, losing 18 naira 85 kobo from the previous weekend's close to close yesterday at 169 naira 70 kobo. The Living Trust yesterday closed at 3 naira 69 kobo, making a negative adjustment of a bearish 10%, losing a 0.41 from the previous weekend's trading. And then we are looking at Transpower yesterday closing at 272 naira 70 kobo, shielding 30 naira 20 kobo from the weekend close to make a bearish adjustment of 9.97%. Yes, Abi equally yesterday was on the losing trend as he closed 7 naira 30 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.88%, shielding 0.80 kobo. And then quickly, let's take a look at sectorial performance for yesterday. The banking and oil and gas sector were primary, drivers of the market's upward trajectory yesterday. Looking at the banking sector in particular, delivered an exceptionally bullish performance, significantly outperforming the broader market. Now, the banking sector performance, the key gainers here were Fidelity Bank. Yes, Fidelity Bank was one of the key gainers yesterday. Yes, making a bullish adjustment of 9.98% to close at 22 naira 5 kobo. Yes, and we told you that the banking index surged by 2.56%. Yes, 2.56%, buoyed by the ongoing recapitalization exercise. Yes, which has ended an estimated 29.83 trillion naira. That's in worth to the this year's market alone. That's what was added to the Nigerian exchange, 29.83 trillion naira from the banking sector recapitalization. And looking at Access Corp, yes, Access Corp equally was bearish yesterday as he made a positive adjustment, of 9.87%. Also, the most traded stock by volume yesterday, trading 91.65 million shares as of yesterday. Then FCMB Group, yes, equally positive here, made a positive 9.54% adjustment, closing at 13 naira 20 kobo. The UBA rebounded strongly, crossing the 15 naira psychological price level. And then quickly looking at the key losers in the banking sector, we are seeing Stanbic IBTC traded as Stanbic, that was very bearish, making a dip of 10%, negative 10% adjustment, closing at 169 naira 17 kobo. And then we're looking at Living Trust Mortgage Bank. Yes, Living Trust Mortgage Bank yesterday was equally bearish, making a negative dip of a 10% adjustment, to close at 3 naira 69 kobo. And then despite, some profit taking in heavyweights like Stanbic, investors' confidence remains at a multi-year high. Zenith Bank led the entire exchange in trade volume, accounting for 7 billion naira shares. That's 13.8% of the day's total value. Now quickly taking a look at the oil and gas sector performance, where the oil and gas index saw a steady appreciation of 0.75% yesterday. While less volatile than banking, the sector continues to show long-term resilience with year-to-date gain now nearing 100%. Now the key highlights here is that Aradel Holdings, yes, traded as Aradel, emerged as a notable gainer, continuing to attract interest as a premium energy energy play. Then looking at Eternal Oil, yes, Eternal Oil showed positive movement as well. It closed around 34 naira 20 kobo as it remains a favorite for retail bargain hunters yesterday. And looking at the turnover, that sectorial turnover in the oil and gas industry, the industry recorded a turnover of approximately 152.47 million shares worth 42.51 billion naira, across over 19,000 deals. The sector is currently being used by many institutional investors as a hedge against inflation. Performance was slightly, tampered yesterday by news of crude supply challenges for local refiners, though mid-cap players like Japan Gold, which gained a positive 2.7%, managed to eke out gains. In all, we take a look at the total sectorial performance here, starting with the banking sector, which accounted for the index change of a 2.56%, going and showing a trend of extremely bullish. Then the oil and gas equally on the index yesterday recorded a positive 0.75%, indicating a positive and steady climb. Then the consumer goods sector was equally able in the positive as well, closing at a 0.38%, showing a mixed reaction from investors. And then on the industrial goods sector, we saw equally a positive 0.35%, in this instance, indicating that investors were somewhat neutral. Yes, and quickly, let's take a look at our market projection. Yes, looking at our market projection, the outlook for today remains cautiously optimistic as investors react to several major structural announcements. One of such is a frontier market reclassification, where sentiment is buoyed by recent announcement from FTSE Russell that Nigeria will be moved from unclassified back to frontier market status effective September 2026. Yes, this is expected to trigger increased foreign portfolio inflows starting this week. And then looking at trading hours expansion, the Nigerian exchange has confirmed it will expand trading hours starting next Monday, April 27th. Investors may begin positioning themselves today to take advantage of the anticipated increase in liquidity and market responsiveness. And then looking at sector rotation, yes, expect continued volatility in the banking sector, following significant gains yesterday from Access Holdings, Fidelity Bank, as some investors may look to book profit while others double down on the reclassification news. And then we're looking at areas where you should keep your eyes on, looking at global headwinds. We're telling you to keep your eye on global energy prices. Domestic sentiment is high. Recent surge in oil prices due to geopolitical shifts could pressure manufacturing and consumer goods sectors in the midterm. Now is worthy to note that while we encourage you to watch Zenith Bank and GT today as they lead trading volume yesterday, often they serve as the primary bellwethers for wider market direction during the bullish runs. Yes, so keep your eyes on Zenith and GT. And then quickly, let's take a look at Naira performance for yesterday, where Naira maintained a relatively stable but pressurized position across both the official and parallel market. Yes, as yesterday, while liquidity in the official window improved slightly, the gap between official and street rates remained a key focus for investors. And at the official market, yes, the Naira was able to close at 1,343 naira 42 kobo, whereas at the street market it closed at 1,365 naira. And then looking at Naira against the British pound, at the official market it closed at 1,672 naira 10 kobo, whereas at the street market it closed at 1,710 naira. And looking at euro, Naira was able to close at the official market at 1,428 naira 55 kobo and 1,460 naira in the street market, yes, against the euro. And then the official window, the naira closed, as we told you, 1,343 naira for 2 kobo against the US dollar, showing a marginal appreciation from Friday's close. Daily turnover in the official window was approximately $124.3 million, indicating steady supply from the CBN and commercial banks. And then looking at the parallel market, the rates held steady at 1,365 naira against the dollar, and this indicates a spread. The difference between official and black market rates currently sits at about 1.6%, which is within the central bank's preferred stability threshold. And then the key drivers here for this, the stability is being supported by recent FTSE Russell reclassification of Nigeria back to frontier market status, which has renewed interest from foreign institutional investors. And then looking at our projection for today, the outlook for the currency today is that of neutral to positive, based on some of these factors that we're going to give you now. One of such factors is anticipated FS inflows. With the news of Nigeria return to the frontier market status, there is an expectation of increased foreign exchange inflows as offshore funds begin to re-weighting their portfolios. And then we're looking at intervention expectations. You remember, the CBN is expected to maintain its current stance of periodic intervention to ensure the rate does not cross the 1,350 naira psychological floor in the official window. Another factor to look at is inflationary pressure. Yes, inflationary pressure. We are telling you to keep an eye on domestic food prices. Data expected later this week, as any significant spike could lead to increased demand for dollar as hedge and putting downward pressure on the naira in the parallel market. Yes, watch for the closing volume today. Yes, look at the official market. If turnover exceeds 150 million US dollar, it may signal that the CBN is aggressively, flushing the system with liquidity to defend the current price level. Now moving on to the Brent crude performance. The global oil benchmark faced significant volatility yesterday, ending Monday, April 2026 with mixed results as traders balanced supply fears against potential diplomatic breakthroughs. Now looking at the benchmark here, speaking to the closing price yesterday, Brent crude was able to close at $95.45. Yes, $95.45 per barrel, making a positive daily change of 0.12%. Then WTI crude closed at $88.07, making a negative, daily change of 1.70%. Now looking at the key market drivers, one of such is geopolitical tug of war. Brent remained in tug of war. Brent remained elevated, crossing the $95 mark due to a fragile ceasefire in the Strait of Hormuz. Navigation in this critical choke point has nearly halted as the US and Iran trade accusation of ceasefire. Now the diplomatic hopes. Speaking to West Texas intermediate, WTI took a sharper hit, dropping by 1.7%. This was primarily driven by news that Iran is sending a delegation to Islamabad for fresh talks with the US. Representative traders sold off US crude on the bet that diplomacy might see the Middle East risk premium. Then we're talking about supply shock as one of the factors, where the International Energy Agency reported that global oil supply plummeted by 10.1 million barrels per day in the previous month, the largest disruption in history, which is keeping a solid floor under the price despite the daily fluctuation. Now quickly, for want of time, let's quickly run along to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, as at Monday, where it experienced mixed movements. White grains, showed slight stability due to recent harvest. Entering the market, processed staple like rice and local favorites, like garri, faced upward pressure due to transportation cost. Yes. And then let's give you the price range here, and this price range are estimated depending on the area where you are in Nigeria. We're looking at Lagos, Abuja, Enugu. Yes, looking at the price of local rice. 50 kg bag of local rice, you know, depending on where you are, is sold between 65, 70 to 95,000 naira, you know, indicating a price stability. And imported rice of 50 kg bag is sold between 90 to 120,000 naira, and indicating a rising trend. And the yellow maize, you know, the 50 kg bag of it, depending on where you are, is sold between 45,000 to 65,000 naira, showing a mixed trend, you know. And then the white beans, 50 kg bag, depending on location, is sold between 70,000 to 95,000, you know, depending on location as well. And then gari, the yellow gari, that you know, 50 kg bag of it is sold between 30,000 to 55,000 naira, depending on location. And if you're using the penta bucket to measure, in some instances it could range between 3,000 and thereabouts, depending on location as well. And then yam, you know, the large tuber is sold between 2,000 to 4,000 naira, and we are looking at palm oil 25 liter kg between 35,000 to 50,000 naira. Yes, and quickly, for want of time, let's go and let's move ahead and give you our market advice for Nigerian investors for today. Yes, our market advice for the Nigerian investor, specifically for Nigerian investor. It doesn't mean that you won't take advantage of it if you're not a Nigerian investor, but this is to guide you, you know, as we move and wait for the opening bell this morning in the Nigerian market, where we're telling you that you should ride the wave. Yes, ride the wave, but watch the clock. Yes, you ride the wave, but keep an eye on the clock. And speaking to equities, we are telling you to look at the, you know, stay long on tier 1 banks. Yes, take a look at the tier 1 banks. They are the engines of the current rally. That's our focus on equities. Stick with the tier 1 banks. And then on energy, you know, avoid entering new long position on oil and gas until the results of today's Islamabad diplomatic talks are clear. And then speaking to cash, we are telling you to keep some liquidity ready for, you know, any announcement that will come from between Monday, where the Nigerian exchange expands trading hours. You know, this is where we'll draw the curtain today on the business desk for want of time. But however, wherever you are, we are telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 030437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Chief of Defense Staff orders sustained offensive against criminal elements. On the foreign scene, United States forces intercept Iranian vessel over suspected military cargo. On business, Central Bank of Nigeria and Nigerian Communications Commission deploy joint platform to tackle SIM fraud. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has approved the reconstitution of the 16-member Governing Council of the Nigerian Police Academy, Wudeo Kano, as part of efforts to strengthen internal security training and institutional capacity. The development was confirmed in a statement issued by the presidency. The council will be chaired by the Minister of Police Affairs, Ibrahim Gaidam, and comprises key institutional stakeholders, including the Inspector General of Police, the Chairman of the Police Service Commission, and representatives of the federal ministries of Education, Finance, and Justice. 6 additional members have been appointed to reflect Nigeria's geopolitical diversity, including retired Deputy Inspectors General such as Maigari Abatidiko for the Northwest and Udom for the South-South, alongside other seasoned professionals. As a degree awarding institution, the Nigerian Police Academy remains central to ongoing police reforms. The newly constituted council is expected to enhance professionalism, discipline, and leadership development within the force. Enugu State Police Command has dismissed a viral video alleging unlawful detention and killing of suspects within its Special Weapons and Tactics Unit, describing the claims as false and misleading. In a statement, the police public relations officer, SP Daniel Ndlea, said preliminary findings indicate the content was deliberately fabricated to misinform the public and undermine confidence in the police. The Commissioner of Police, CP Maman Betrus Giwa, urged residents to disregard the video and avoid sharing unverified information capable of inciting panic. The command reaffirmed its commitment to upholding the rule of law, respect for human rights, and transparency in all policing operations across the state. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, has directed troops of Operation Fansan Yama to intensify operations against banditry and criminal elements in the Northwest. The directive was issued during an operational visit to the headquarters of the Joint Task Force in Gusau, Zamfara State, aimed at assessing troops' readiness and addressing operational challenges. General Oluyede commended troops for their resilience and sacrifices, urging sustained professionalism and discipline in ongoing counter-banditry operations. He reaffirmed the armed forces' commitment to restoring peace nationwide with assurances of improved welfare, enhanced training, and increased operational support, including strengthened air group coordination. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has released its timetable and fee structure for the 2027 general elections, setting nomination forms for the presidential ticket at 100 million naira. Governorship forms are pegged at 50 million naira, Senate at 20 million naira, House of Representatives at 10 million naira, and State House of Assembly at 6 million naira. The sale of forms is scheduled to run from April 25th to May 2nd at the party's National Secretariat, while primary elections will take place between May 15th and May 23rd. The timetable outlines a tightly scheduled process, beginning with the presidential primary and concluding with the governorship contest, as the ruling party prepares its candidates for the national polls. Meanwhile, the chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC in Abia State, Chijioke Chukwu, has assured party members that candidates for the 2027 elections will emerge through a transparent and democratic process. Speaking in Umuahia, he stated that the era of imposition of candidates has ended, emphasizing equal opportunity for all aspirants. The chairman also noted that the party would no longer tolerate individuals exploiting its platform solely for political appointments without grassroots engagement. He described the current representation of Ikwano Umuahia Federal Constituency as inadequate, stressing the need for credible leadership that reflects the aspirations of the people. In the meantime, Senator Victor May says the recent meeting between Peterobi and Rotimi Amechi was a routine political consultation, dismissing claims that it involved negotiations for either aspirant to step down ahead of the 2027 presidential election. He described such reports as a representation of the purpose of the engagement. Speaking on a television program, Ume said the visit was part of ongoing consultations among opposition figures under the African Democratic Congress, ADC, aimed at fostering unity and strengthening consensus ahead of the polls. He noted that dialogue among multiple aspirants is a necessary step in building a common front. On the role of Atiku Abubakar, the senator suggested the need for generational transition in leadership, stressing that emerging political realities call for younger candidates to take the lead in the opposition strategy. Senator May emphasized that the selection of a consensus candidate must reflect the expectations of Nigerians, warning that prioritizing personal ambition over public interest could weaken the opposition's chances against the ruling party. The Nigerian Union of Pensioners has called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene in an alleged attempt to destabilize the union through the registration of a parallel body. At an emergency meeting in Abuja, the national president Godwin Abumisi described the move as a violation of the Trade Unions Act and a threat to the unity of pensioners nationwide. The union, however, commended recent federal government interventions, including the approval of 58 billion naira for the defined benefit scheme and over 750 billion naira for pension adjustments. It warned that ongoing tensions could undermine these gains, urging the government to uphold due process and protect the integrity of the union. Meanwhile, retired police officers staged a protest at the presidential villa yesterday demanding presidential assent to the police exit bill, which seeks to remove the force from the contributory pension scheme. The protesters decried poor welfare conditions, stating that some retirees earn as low as 30,000 naira monthly, which they described as inadequate. The bill proposes the establishment of a dedicated Nigerian Police Force Pension Board, similar to existing arrangements for the military and the Department of State Services. Protest leaders, including CSP Raphael Irowainu, warned of sustained demonstrations if their demands are not met, citing electoral implications across the country. In the meantime, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has appealed to the Nigerian Union of Teachers to suspend its ongoing strike, which coincides with the commencement of wike examinations. The Education Mandate Secretary, Dan Lami Hayo, described the action as detrimental to students' academic performance and warned of possible mass failure. The union maintains that the strike is in protest against unresolved issues, including unpaid salaries, increments, and allowances, despite the implementation of the 70,000 naira minimum wage. Authorities have called for urgent dialogue, stressing that the examination body will not adjust its schedule for affected candidates in the FCT. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has signed into law the Abia State Center for the Rehabilitation of Survivors Law 2026, aimed at supporting victims of gender-based violence. The legislation provides structured rehabilitation for survivors of rape, domestic violence, and human trafficking, with emphasis on recovery and reintegration. Governor Oti commended the State House of Assembly and acknowledged the advocacy role of his wife, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, in advancing the initiative. The Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, Mr. Emmanuel Emerowa, described the law as a significant step towards protecting vulnerable groups and strengthening social welfare systems in the state. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Chief of Defense Staff directs troops to sustain offensive against criminal elements nationwide. Coming up shortly, United States forces seize Iranian vessel over alleged transportation of military materials. Central Bank of Nigeria and Nigerian Communications Commission strengthen collaboration to combat SIM-related fraud. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. The United States Central Command has confirmed the seizure of an Iranian flagged container vessel, Tosca, during a maritime interdiction operation near Chabaha port. The action followed a reported 6-hour standoff after the vessel allegedly ignored multiple warnings while operating within a restricted security zone. Security sources indicate the ship, linked to the sanctioned Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lines, was suspected of transporting dual-use industrial materials, including metals, pipes, and electronic components with potential military applications. Satellite tracking data showed the vessel departed from ports in China and Malaysia before entering the Gulf of Oman, raising concerns among Western security agencies over compliance with international sanctions regimes. Iran has confirmed the interception as unlawful, describing it as aggression, while the United States maintained that interceptions are ongoing in line with maritime security enforcement. The development has heightened geopolitical tensions and drawn attention from key global stakeholders, including China. Diplomatic engagement between Israel and Lebanon is set to resume in Washington, D.C. with its second round of negotiations scheduled for Thursday under the auspices of the United States government. The talks follow an initial meeting held on April 14th involving Israeli Ambassador Yechel Later and Lebanese Ambassador Nada Mouawad, marking a rare instance of direct dialogue between the two nations. The negotiations come in the wake of a 10-day ceasefire that took effect last week, aimed at de-escalating hostilities along their shared border and creating space for diplomatic progress. Officials say the discussions, facilitated by the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, are focused on sustaining communication channels and exploring pathways towards a more durable resolution to long-standing tensions. The European Union has reached a political agreement to expand sanctions targeting individuals and entire entities linked to disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global energy corridor. Diplomatic sources confirmed that the new measures will focus on actors undermining freedom of navigation following nearly 2 months of instability in the waterway, which handles a significant share of global oil and gas shipments. The decision comes amid renewed tensions after recent maritime incidents, including the interception of an Iranian-linked cargo vessel, further complicating efforts to restore normal shipping operations. The European External Action Service is expected to finalize the sanctions list in the coming weeks, signaling a firmer European stance on safeguarding international trade routes and regional stability. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has announced plans for comprehensive reforms to firearm regulations following the 2 fatal school-related shootings in Turkey. The most recent incident in Kahramanmaraş resulted in the deaths of 8 students and a teacher, prompting national mourning and renewed calls for stricter safety measures. Addressing the nation, the president stated that the proposed reforms would introduce tighter ownership requirements and impose severe penalties on individuals whose weapons are accessed by minors. Authorities also plan to strengthen digital monitoring systems to detect potential threats earlier as the government moves to prevent a reoccurrence of such incidents and enhance public safety. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen efforts against electronic fraud in Nigeria's digital ecosystem. The agreement signed in Abuja establishes a coordinated framework between financial institutions and telecommunications operators to combat mobile-related financial crimes. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso described the initiative as a strategic response to evolving security threats, emphasizing the importance of intelligence sharing and interagency collaboration. A key component of the partnership is the Telecom Identity Risk Management Portal, which enables real-time verification of mobile numbers, while joint committees will oversee implementation and ensure compliance with data protection standards. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has called on Commonwealth investors to channel capital into Lagos, positioning the state as a leading economic hub in Africa. Speaking at the Commonwealth Trade and Investment Summit in London, the governor highlighted Lagos' economic significance, noting its substantial contribution to Nigeria's gross domestic product. He outlined ongoing investments in infrastructure, including transportation and technology, aimed at creating an enabling environment for global business operations. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has secured judicial backing to investigate airline operations following a ruling by the Federal High Court in Abuja. Justice James Omotosho dismissed a suit filed by Air Peace Limited, affirming the Commission's statutory authority. The Commission's Chief Executive Officer, Tunji Bello, described the judgment as a reinforcement of consumer protection mechanisms within Nigeria's aviation sector. The ruling follows multiple passenger complaints relating to flight cancellations, refunds, and service delivery, and is expected to strengthen regulatory oversight and accountability. Now in sports, Kwara United midfielder Mohamed Kabiru has attributed the team's improved performance to renewed unity within the squad. The club has recorded 1 defeat in 8 matches, including a crucial victory over Barao FC, lifting them out of the relegation zone in the Nigerian Premier Football League standings. Kabiru disclosed that players held internal discussions to address earlier challenges, leading to a stronger collective commitment on the field. He noted that while the team initially targeted continental qualification, their immediate focus has shifted to maintaining top flight status through consistent performances. Now in entertainment, Nigerian music artist Peter Okoye has announced a personal decision to change the date he marked his birthday, amid ongoing estrangement from his twin brother. The singer, formerly part of the P-Square duo, stated that he will no longer observe November 18 and has adopted a new date, November 30th, for personal reasons. The development has generated widespread reactions within the entertainment industry and among fans, reflecting continued public interest in the brothers' prolonged dispute. Despite criticism, Mr. Okoye maintains that his decision is final, reiterating his focus on his solo career following the group's dissolution. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, has directed troops of Operation Fansan Yama to intensify sustained military operations against bandits and criminal elements, with emphasis on restoring security across the Northwest and the country at large. The United States Central Command has confirmed the seizure of an Iranian-flagged vessel suspected of transporting dual-use materials with potential military applications, following a maritime enforcement operations near Iran's Chabahar port. The Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian Communications Commission have entered into a strategic partnership to combat electronic and SIM-related fraud through enhanced intelligence sharing and regulatory collaboration. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Eden's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching.
You're tuned to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and love. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Tuesday, 21st of April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, hot topics, and that Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something inspiring to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
Then, we'll bring the man of many parts, the sports oracle, to leave you smiling.
All right, we go over to our inspiration segment for today. That's our quote of the day on this edition of Sunrise, which says, if you don't do politics, politics will do you. This quote is from Ralph Nader. It says, if you don't do politics, politics will do you. It simply means that in our life and in our time, if you don't engage in the business of politics, if you don't engage in the process of making decisions for the leadership or for the next leadership that is coming into the area or the society where you exist, the decision will be made whether you make it or not. So why don't you involve yourself? Why don't you get involved in the decision-making process? And when you do that, what happens to you is that you start to, follow and feel the need to have your society in heart. It is very important that as a nation and as individuals, as citizens of a country, that we think about this, that if you don't do politics, politics will do you. If you don't engage in doing that, following that process of decision making, that decision making must always be made. So you have to engage and do it.
Yes, this is quite clear. It's to the point, and I thank Ralph Nader for this very bold statement. If you don't do politics, politics will do you. What more do we need to add? He said that democracy is a government of accredited representatives. And then, how do we get democracy to evolve, impactful, that will be able to gain the dividends of democracy? What Ralph Nader is telling us here is that if we do not participate in the process of selecting the leadership, then when good men keep quiet, evil men get elected. You need not complain if you do not participate in the process of bringing about leaders. In no way should you complain when you pass through a ditch or the potholes, the death traps that our roads, some of our roads have become. There are roads that are impassable. You need not talk about insecurity in Nigeria. When we speak about high cost of staple foods, you need not participate. Yes, because you refuse to do politics. Therefore, this politics will do you when bad leadership is entrusted upon the nation. In other words, what we are telling you this morning is that it is your civic responsibility to participate in the process of leadership selection. Get your PVC. If you do not have it, go get registered. And if you do have it, keep it handy. Soon, they will come calling. And when the hour comes, Aneke has told us that between January and February, we'll be electing a new set of leaders for this nation. And that's when this card will come handy. That's the time for us to do politics. Yes, it's time for the politicians to do their party primaries and all that. But when that time comes, it is ours. It is in our hands. And it is within our power to select the right leadership. Please, make use of it. And like Ralph Nader did say, if you do not participate, then those who participated will determine for you.
Yes, we'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. The day starts warm and slightly humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, so you may feel a bit sweaty later on. As the sun rises higher, it gets hotter, reaching about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and the afternoon may feel tiring. Later in the day, clouds build up and rain is likely, and once it falls, the evening in Oka becomes cool, calm, and refreshing.
Good morning, Coast City, and welcome to Enugu. The Coast City this morning starts cooler and calmer at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, making it very comfortable to start your day. By afternoon, things warms up to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain may come earlier here, and after that, the environment feels fresh, breezy, and relaxed.
Good morning, Abakaliki. This morning in Abakaliki starts calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but the place will get hotter than others. By afternoon, it can reach about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, so expect stronger heat over there in Abakaliki. Later, clouds will gather and thunderstorms are likely, bringing relief and leaving the night cooler and more comfortable.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri this morning begins warm and a bit humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it rises to about 31 to 30 degrees Celsius. The air feels heavier. Later, rain or light thunderstorms are expected. The night becomes cool, quiet, and slightly damp.
Good morning, Umahia. The day starts mild and comfortable at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, giving a calm start. As the day goes, it rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and you feel the heat in Umahia more if you're over there. Later, rain showers are likely, and the evening settles into a cool, peaceful atmosphere.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, do keep an umbrella handy, but remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now, let's take a quick look at the major headlines making the newspapers across the nation, from the Nation newspaper to the Vanguard, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, and other newspapers. Now, we go over to the headlines where we have on the Punch headline. It says APC imposes 2-week deadline for presidential governorship NAS forms. Now, on the Guardian headline, we have politics overshadows governance as NAS observes 93-day recess in 2026. Now, on the Nation, we have APC presidential governorship primaries fixed for May 15th and 23rd. On the Daily Trust, we have inec clears chair. Amupiton must go. Protests swell. Amupiton must go protests swell. Now on the Vanguard, we have insecurity. Many terrorists, 3 soldiers killed in fierce Paragon battle. Now on the Daily Sun, we have fresh crisis hits Plateau. 6 killed, 8 injured in Barakan Ladi Riom attacks. Now, let's look at the Vanguard headline, which says insecurity. Many terrorists, 3 soldiers killed in fierce gun battle. Many terrorists, fierce soldiers killed in fierce gun battle. A fierce gun battle in Kwara State resulted in the deaths of several terrorists and 3 soldiers. Underscoring the intensity of ongoing security operations and the continued risk faced by military personnel in confronting armed groups. This is a security update coming from Kwara State, which has resulted in deaths of soldiers and many terrorists who have engaged in gun battle. And of course, we are still talking about insecurity and the things which it has done to our nation. But I must actually allow the boldness and fierceness of our soldiers this time around to, confront the terrorists and to engage them. While I will also commiserate with the Nigerian military for losing 3 soldiers at the exchange of gun battle, which is not a good thing to write on, but commiserations, and we are praying for peaceful repose of those who lost their life, especially these soldiers. Now, coming to the major issue here, insecurity is still taking a toll, especially in Kwara State, where there are issues around kidnapping, issues around banditry and the rest of them. Now, I keep with that momentum, and I will always, first of all, I've already commended the Nigerian army, but I have many questions to ask. In spite of the issues that we are facing, in spite of the problem, and in spite of the ambush that those terrorists are laying on our soldiers, and also how our soldiers are gearing up, I feel that we are having a more military who are open, or who are information ready, because we are having men who are ready to combat the terrorists. And like I will always say, in just a summary, if we are able to have information, if the military are able to have informations ahead, if the military are able to have the equipment ahead, if they are able to have what they have demanded from the federal government to combat terrorism, it would have been better. More lives would have been saved, and there will be more of a destruction of these terrorists. But I would say that we are making steps to the right direction. Of course, not just for us to lose our military men. It is not a good thing, and at the same time, it is not a great thing for us to have these things in our register as a nation. But then, looking at this side, where the terrorists, most of them were killed, and 3 soldiers were actually killed, it is going to be that we are actually taking this war serious. We are taking this combating of terrorism serious, and especially in Kwara State. Kwara State has not really been a state where there are over the past 15 to 20 years, Kwara State has not been that state where there are many issues. But just lately, late last year, beginning of last year, and even in 2024, where there's bandits and Islamic groups, where they started spreading. That's why, as the military were attacking their hideout, they were spreading, and they are going into the cities, going into the places, trying to combat, trying to destroy our soldiers. To the extent they are taking the wars to the military bases. But now, still talking about this Kwara thing, you know that in Kwara there are many issues of kidnapping, and I can tell you it could be from these terrorists. There are many people who are still held hostage, and also in Kebbi State the same thing happening. But I would say a very big this is a way to go. If federal government will be able to give this our military people, personnel, things to combat terrorism with, things to tackle this insecurity issue with, I believe with the little they have, they are really making progress. With the just maybe I would say little, because yesterday we saw that 7% of the 2025 budget was allocated to the military, and we are seeing that they are out to engage and bring this thing now, stop this insecurity issue. Now, also talking about that, the Minister of Defense has come out to also say, after he visited Gusau in Zamfara State, that he has charged the men, the soldiers, and the people in the troops to continue to ensure that insecurity is eschewed from the space of the Nigerian state, that they should ensure that they do all their best. And that is also a way to encourage the troops. After we have lost some of the soldiers, and also the colonel, and also the brigadier general that we lost, that the brigadier general we lost in just last week and the week, we are seeing that they are stepping up in the game, and it's something we can write home about.
All right, very well said. But I do not know upon which ground you feel we're doing enough in combating terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria. However, I would not sound unsympathetic to the bereaved. This is a common constituency that protests the people of Nigeria, men who have sacrificed themselves to the service of this nation. And I am, rightfully pained when we lose our combatants. Having said that, I would want to, remember one maxim. There is a certain senator in Nigeria that said, you speak the truth, you die. If you do not speak the truth, you will still die. So this morning, I may want to toe that line and speak some truth, knowing that there is an expected end. After all, some of these brave soldiers have sacrificed their life for this nation. And I dare ask, how are we paying them back? How are we remembering them if we do not end insurgency in Nigeria? You did enumerate the efforts of our military in repelling this attack. But from where I stand, I feel that this level of engagement is needless. Yes, before one begins to persecute my position, I feel that if the right things were done, if we do the fundamentals, we may not be engaging these retrogrades, these bandits, on these sort of clashes in our communities. You cited very well the plateau communities that's been ravaged over time, and moving down, to North Central as well. Look at Kwara State. Is being terrorized for quite some time, and leading me to ask the question, to what end? When will all this be over? This is why I said I do not know the yardstick to measure the efforts of our leadership in combating insecurity in Nigeria. Look at the attack in Kamanji community, in Kema local government area of Kwara State, where to the gallantry of our forces, they were able to inflict, casualties on the insurgents. But one thing is very ironical here. The bandits that lost about at least 11 of the men and many other injured ended up cutting away arms and ammunition from our armed forces. They evacuated the injured and the carcass of their dead colleagues with our military armored vehicle. Isn't that ironical? So we're still losing equipment, not just our men, to these, retrogrades who continue to engage the Nigerian nation. While I am quite inundated with the efforts, the gallantry of our men in uniform, but I am not charitable to the men who sit in, fine offices, air-conditioned offices, who formulate policies and the engagements for this, combating of the insurgents and terrorism. I am not, in any way happy with them, because this is where it stems. Let me tell you one thing. If you give our men the needed equipment, insurgency will become a thing of the past in Nigeria. And do you know why I say this? The whole approach to this engagement is uncoordinated. Yes, it is. Look at in Kwara State, where the onslaught started from around 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning. Just 2 good hours that you have a section of the military, combating these insurgents who usually troop out in a massive number, and they were combating them. What I wanted to hear was reinforcement. I wanted to hear, coordination with the Air Force. Yes, you may not, use area bombardment in this instance, because you may not be able to pick the location of your friendly forces at this time. But let me tell you what happens. If you have scrambled 2 fighter jets to pass through this environment, I bet you that the morale of our soldiers will be high. These criminal elements, these retrogrades, will recede to the forest or wherever they are coming from. So this is why I tell you, I am not happy with our approach to this whole security challenges that we are facing. The other time I did raise issues around what is our roadmap to ending insurgency in Nigeria. What is the roadmap? We seem not to have a clear-cut roadmap on confronting insecurity, on ending insurgency in Nigeria. And their challenge is becoming quite like it, that there are people who are profiting from this whole insecurity in Nigeria. And if we do not unmask them, then we may not be coming to the end of this whole crisis. The insecurity in Nigeria has become a fact industry where people are cashing out. If not, tell me why we would, as a nation, over a decade now, continue to engage the ragtag retrogrades that we are meant to understand, that are herders, that are insurgents. We have been told that they were movements or fallout from the Sahel. Brigadier General O'Brien, before his demise, did request for some equipment to enable him and his men be able to navigate the rough terrain in Benshik, where they were in Borno State. They requested for thermal optics. They requested for other equipment. Until his demise, it was left in a bureaucratic bottleneck. They never got the equipment. What he got was a casket. Do I speak to the colonel that we lost as well? Or do we speak about the men that just fell? The official number is 3. What about the unofficial number? So there are a whole lot of issues around fighting insurgency. It's high time we stop this whole rhetoric. Soon you will hear and see one politician somewhere coming to tell you that it will not happen again, that they will do everything to make sure it doesn't happen again. And when I hear those rhetorics, I am revolted. I am left in righteous anger and pity for this nation. And again, I consistently ask, why do we live on trained politicians in the defense ministry? when you have experienced retired combatants, fearless soldiers who could map out and formulate policies, engagement plans, and more or less. Before I forget, I listened quite carefully to Mr. President while he was in the UK, visiting the Royal House, and while he was talking with the Prime Minister of UK, he did say that the crisis, the insecurities that we have in Nigeria is a fallout from the Sahel. And I dare ask, good hope, when are we going to engage the Sahel states? Are we still in a diplomatic no-talking position with the Sahel states? At this point in time, this government, this leadership should make it a pride of place for them to renegotiate, continue diplomatic engagement with the Sahel states. Irrespective of where we've made our mistakes, irrespective of our misgivings, we should by now begin to bring everyone together to ensure that the Sahara Desert becomes impassable to these non-state actors. So these are a whole lot of issues to interrogate. And I dare say, irrespective of what anyone wants us to believe, irrespective of what the Minister of Defense would say, I tell you one thing, we would witness another plateau. We will witness another Kwara. But where and when is what we do not know. But before a fortnight, you will see these emboldened insurgents who are now attacking military formation carry out another strike, another confrontation of our combatants. And it becomes more worrisome. You will not forget that by last week, we have been inundated with the fact that there are plans to attack the national airport, the correctional facility in Kuje. These are emboldened terrorists. And I tell you, if they have access to Niger State, which is why I am highly alarmed. I am alarmed that we are not proactive in our engagement. We are always reactive. If they could have access to Niger State, know the proximity of Niger to Abuja and the villa, and woe betide us if these people are able to master the kinetic mechanism to be able to shell the villa. We will be left our pride as a people. You have indeed an insurgent that with that proximity may one day be bold and courageous to stem a takeover of the Nigerian government. Is that when we begin to expedite action? I am worried. And I dare speak my truth. There are a whole lot of questions. When and where are we going to see the military inventories? Yesterday in the budget, or in the news rather, we saw the performance indices for the 2025 budget. Of all the sum allotted for the purchase of military equipment and hardware for our armed forces, it was optimally, haphazardly executed to the least of 7% was what we carried out. And we've raised and sent our children at the forefront. Are they going to combat their devil's insurgents with their bare hands? Or is it when they are in war front and when they want to fire, they got locks because we've left them with rickety ammunition? Why the insurgents continue to brandish state-of-the-art equipment? No. We need to rethink our part as a people. We need to begin to think about putting the right men in the right position. It's high time we stop playing politics with the life of our nationals. It becomes worrisome if this is unchecked. You begin to see deserters in Nigerian military. And that's a stage where we don't want to get to. A stage where the men who are supposed to protect the lives and property of Nigerians turn around to begin to interrogate the Nigerian nation with their ammunition. God forbid that we'll get to that point. I am quite alarmed that we are losing men in their numbers. That these terrorists are no longer targeting just civilians. They are targeting our combatants as well. We'd rather as a nation rethink our plan. We would rather as a nation begin to map out the strategy to end this insurgency before it ends us. I speak to the equipment. Where is the inventory? What is holding these equipments from getting into the country? We see shiploads of crude oil and leaving the nation and refined products get into Nigeria with ease. What is stopping these whole equipments from getting into the country and to the right military formations where they are needed? Let me tell you one thing, Good Hope. The Nigerian nation have the capacity to end insurgency in Nigeria. Yes, we have the capacity to get the latest state-of-the-art equipment if we so desire. Because I know if we were able to borrow to fund the lifestyle of our politicians and leaders, then we can run to the IMF and borrow to have the kinetic equipment to end the insurgency in Nigeria. What is lacking is the will. It's not the strength.
All right, we go over to the Daily Trust headline, which says, INEC clears chair, Amupitom must go protest swell. INEC clears chair, Amupitom must go protest swell. And the Independent National Electoral Commission has cleared its chairman of wrongdoing. But protests demanding the removal of Amupitom are gaining momentum, highlighting rising tensions and public dissatisfaction surrounding electoral leadership issues. This is because of the X social media issue that came up just some time ago, where an alleged account of the INEC chairman was seen to reply a post from an APC personnel. And this thing happened in 2023 from the look of things and from the record. But it just starts to gain momentum to tell you how much technology has, how much there's something on the social media, how much the technology has advanced with the use of social media. And also that looking at the protests, even ADC and civil society organizations are all protesting that if an INEC chairman, someone that should that is leading the nation's electoral body, if he is having a pattern, or he is following, or he is tilted towards a political party, he's not fit to lead the political, the electoral landscape, to coordinate the elections and be the leader of in the Nigerian elections. This has raised concerns across social media, and while many people are even complaining. Now, one of the striking issues here is that one of the APC chieftain has come out to say that if Amupitom is actually siding APC, he is really a sided person, and that kind of individual should not head the Nigeria's electoral body. That kind of individual should focus and on other things and not in the election. I mean, he should not even near the INEC seat or anything it says around that. It's looking at the situation and the tensions, that being in that sensitive position means that he should be decentralized. He should be decentralized. He should not be in any political party, because even though that the process of making the choice, the process of choosing or selection or appointment comes from the government, it should be well critiqued. It should be from this is where we need a bureaucratic process, so that we can ensure that everything is set and it's sound, so that when he takes over, there will not be he will not be playing politics. He will not be in APC or ADC or PDP. He will be decentralized. That's just the whole thing. Now, this thing has raised a lot of concerns across Nigeria and in the social media landscape, seeing that there are many things which are said, and coming down to the ADC where there has been protests. You know, last few weeks there was a protest that was led by the ADC chieftains. I mean, ADC chieftains, including the National Working Committee that is led by David Mark, which you see Rauf Aruboshola and Mr. Peterobi and the rest of them, who they marched to the inec complex where they you know, gave their dissatisfaction. It was a peaceful protest where they give their dissatisfaction on the current issues that they are facing in the political landscape of the nation, being a coalition and also a seeming opposition to the current APC government. Now, those issues have raised concerns, and they have been calling on the INEC chairman to quit, to resign from his seat. And INEC has come out to clarify that such post was a parody account that was created in order to defame and engage in such activity. It's just a way where people bring issues and they create another account so that they can, you know, talk against or be the one who is going to in charge. It's just a masquerading against the current system, and that's a problem. That's actually a problem. But from the facts which have been seen and which other civil society organizations and political parties, I mean, now there's an advancement of technology. So if the post was originally from the INEC chairman himself, they said the account has existed since 2022, and even if you change your name as it is on X, your name will still be, facts and details about you won't change. So there are measures to use and know if this was actually a parody account, because from the whole thing it was said, oh, later it was now a parody account, and they have come out to claim that such a thing did not happen, that Professor Josh Amupiton has not or never engaged himself or played or been with the current political rulers in our nation. So that is raising a lot of questions on what is actually happening. What are the ways to checkmate this? How long will this be? Looking at the crisis in ADC, crisis in PDP, where it is said that such a thing has been used to, you know, destabilize these political parties I mentioned, as the PDP and the ADC, how it has been a problem, how the INEC's judgment, INEC's ruling, of course INEC is not the court who has ruled antebellum on the ADC leadership. I mean, the three factions that are in ADC, talking about the David Mark led leadership and Dumebi Kachuku, the presidential candidate of ADC in 2023, and also the Nafiu Balagombe faction, where these three factions have gone to court to see or clarify what is actually happening, to take over the party's leadership. The court has actually ruled that everyone should maintain where they are, should be on status quo. You should be on status quo. You should maintain the next court ruling. But INEC has taken it further by themselves to, you know, give their own ruling, and that by delisting, by removing the Mark-led National Working Committee from the ADC in their INEC portal, and that has raised a lot of questions and concerns. And you know that in the electoral, whole thing started from the electoral reforms in 2026, where we're talking about the real-time transmission of results and all those things, and it became an issue. Now it has been moved down to this particular place, so it is raising a lot of questions on the rulership and the leadership of INEC in our society.
All right, the question remains, you know, when you have a structural defect, what do you expect? You see a total decay of a system. When you look at this whole issue, you see either for or against. This crisis of credibility stems from the manner in which we appoint, you know, our electoral umpire. A constitution that vests in a contestant in an election the authority to elect his umpire. It's just like in a match between Chelsea and Liverpool, for example, and this match will be played at the home turf of Liverpool, and you appoint Kenny Dalglish of the Liverpool to be the referee in that match, what would you expect? You are going to see a biased referee who would always want to favor his team. And it is said that he who pays the piper determines the tune. Another issue, the funding of INEC, though a constitutional issue, is rightly domiciled in terms of disbursement, still at the office of the executive. And this executive will be in itself participating in an election. So there are a whole lot of question marks here. However, let's speak to this very issue. I was thinking that a man that is reputed to have these credence with untainted reputation like George Amupitan, when there is a crisis of credibility, that he would, in good conscience, step aside. That's what you see in other climes. Either proven or not, what it means is that the process can no longer be trusted, because people are now questioning your credibility, your ability to conduct this national assignment, being an unbiased umpire. Do we continue to speak to this tweet, and we call it parody account? The question is, when was this parody account created? Who knew a Josh Amupitan beyond the citadel of higher learning where he was a professor doing well? For someone to want to create a parody account of him, to what end? As a classroom lecturer? Or where he leads charge in a courtroom? No. While I do not want to hang the INEC chairman to dry, there are issues that need to be interrogated. And when we want to interrogate this issue, we need to interrogate it bearing this nation in mind, not being partisan in our analysis, being objective for the sake of this nation. We are speaking to an election that is already endangered. Endangered in the sense that people are beginning to be scared that there is a tilt towards a one-party state. People are scared that there is a state control of every variables that would lead to the end product of this election. Remember the acts that follow the passage of the Electoral Amendment Act. And now we have an umpire who should be found to be impeccable in character, who should be found to be worthy of his position, who should be found to be with beyond reproach and to be clean, just like Caesar's wife. And we are speaking to a tweet made as far back as 2022 indicating a tilt towards partisanship. And INEC that would want me to trust them, the same INEC, right, that was unable in 2023 to date to explain what the glitch was and what it means. The same INEC wants us to believe in its ability to conduct a forensic auditing and then come out to tell us that this account was a parody account. You know, we need to be sometimes be ashamed of ourselves as a people. The things we believe, the things we defend. While I do not malign the person or the integrity of the INEC chairman, I interrogate the system. And I tell you that our system is defective. It is defective. And that defectiveness gives the boldness to people not to leave the stage when they see that the people who are beating the drum are so tired of their dancing step and do not want them on that stage again. Rather, we want to commandeer both the drummers, the onlookers and continue to perform. And I tell you what, if I were Josh Amupitan, I would resign with my integrity intact. Let me tell you something. This new generation called the Gen Z, who are the dominant population of netizens, don't give up. They go to any length to unearth buried facts. And I tell you, when they are crying and pointing at a particular place, would rather look. And you know, why I am so excited with the happenings in Nigeria is that I so much believe that we will have a Democrat as president. And I know, as someone who fought for democracy, would not want democracy to be endangered under his watch. That's why somewhere at the back of my mind, I feel that when it matters most, we may see Mr. President do the needful. That a Joshua Mopitan, who is being accused of being of the ruling party or biased to the ruling party against the opposition, if he is a man of integrity, he should know that when people begin to interrogate the process, that the outcome will equally be interrogated, that the generality of Nigerians are fast losing faith, especially as a professor of law, to note, and like you rightly pointed out, have gone into, you know, usurping the position of the judiciary by beginning to interpret a judicial order without recourse to the court to give interpretation to his position on status quo antebellum. You know, they say what is good for the goose is good for the gander, right? What happened with the position on PDP? What happened in Labour Party? Why can't we apply the same method to the ADC? Good hope. If we continue to interrogate this issue, there are a whole lot of issues to unearth. But I anchor on the point that our system is quite defective. That for us to make a meaningful stride as a people, we need to look at our constitution and begin to jettison a lot of things in that constitution. If not, there will be no sense to man such agencies as the INEC. And I ask, when have we had an unbiased, non-partisan INEC chairman? I will leave it at that.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we go to the Nation headline, which says APC presidential governorship primaries fixed for May 15th and 23rd. The All Progressive Congress has scheduled its presidential governorship primaries for May 15th and 23rd, marking key dates in the party's preparations as aspirants position themselves ahead of the elections. This is very timely for the APC. From the look of things, election is in January 16th, and January 16th for the presidential election, as the INEC timetable detects, and in February there's the governorship and the House of Assembly elections. Looking at the preparations of APC, they have moved to have their governorship primaries date, I mean presidential and governorship primary date. This has raised a lot of questions across the netizens and also across individuals who are concerned, looking at how over 20 states, over 36 states, 32 states are in the APC, and they are moving and bringing the whole garnering the support they needed, how much they need it, how well they could go about it. Now the question is, why the presidential election? That's just a neck of question. Why the presidential primaries in the APC? Does it mean that they are going to field a candidate, or is it going to be a consensus that is going to just happen like we've seen? Now in the governorship elections, the same question, where in most cities, like I've said, about 32 states, the FCT are already, gathering and garnering, pushing towards the APC. That is raising a lot of questions in the states. Who is going to have a stand against them in the party primaries? Now, moving on from that, we are talking about the fees, the payment which is to be made if one is going to go for presidential election in the primaries in the APC. They are meant to pay 100 million naira, and the governorship is 50 million naira, while the House of Assembly, and the Senate, and also even down to the National Assembly in the state is for 6 million naira. Now, looking at those fees, you're going to see that people are going to, in the APC, in the side of the APC, they are going to get it together. Then there's going to something that's going to happen. But my question remains: will there be a presidential candidate that will go against President Tinubu in the APC primaries? I'm just wondering what that's going to be like.
Okay, you're still wondering if there's going to be a challenger.
A challenger in the same party.
Who is the person who is going to
challenge?
That's the
question, because they have a lot.
There's nobody in APC as of today who has not sang on your mandate to stand. You can't stand on someone's mandate and challenge that mandate. You can't pay allegiance and kiss the ring and stand up to challenge, the throne. The APC as we have it today is a party where everybody is in total submission. I do not expect any challenger for the position of Mr. President. And most at the subnational level, I do not expect many challengers within the APC fold. Where you're going to see these challenges are in states where you have governors who have done their statutory tenure, who are no longer going back to office. This is where you see warring and different interests emerging. The APC has been so well micromanaged such that every party member is in line. So you may not see dissent. However, that's not to foreclose the fact that there may witness a certain implosion where interests may no longer align. However, it depends on timing, and I pity, these individuals whose interests may not be well, represented with the larger interest in APC. They may not have anywhere that place to call home, given the time frame. That ambition may be lost, in this very election cycle. Having said that, one thing for me is that, I keep speaking to a structural defect, and I ask, what is wrong with us as a people? Look at the humongous amount upon which people are supposed to pick from. And I start with the list of it. 10 million naira for State House of Assembly position, right? And where would such an individual get 10 million naira to throw away?
I think this is for State House of Assembly 6 million. Then for governorship is
House of Assembly is National House of Assembly is around 10 million. Okay. Senate is around 20 million. Yes. So if I'm correct, 10 million naira. If you spend 10 million naira or borrow 10 million naira on interest yielding debt, what are you going there to do? You are going there to look for avenue to be able to repay your loan and recoup for the next coming election. And perhaps if you're more ambitious, you would want to keep excesses. And what we are looking at is not the war chest. You still need the war chest to be able to prosecute an election in Nigeria. And when I see these electoral reforms, why are we not interrogating this issue? Why is it not such that someone who just graduated from the university and finds himself worthy enough can walk into the secretariat and pick form and challenge for popularity? Why do we use figures as an exclusionary tool to separate the initiates and the uninitiates? And this is why you continue to see that no matter how you cry out about non-performance, nobody listens to you.
Yeah.
Look at the amount you would be, spending to become the governor of a state or a senator. And after all said and done, people will sit in the comfort of their homes and expect you to come back home and execute your constituency projects uninflected. Tell me, why would the Mr. President submit around 50-something billion budget and he came out padded with an additional 10 digits? These are the issues, because men has to recoup their money. And there are political contractors who are by the side, even in the banks, waiting to finance elections, and they must recoup. Mr. Goodhope, let's not interrogate this issue. But I was thinking that at this point in time and the life of this nation, we will begin to correct some anomalies. And part of those anomalies is this homogeneous amount that we bandy about just to pick form. And very soon you begin to see optics where you see a certain group of people from a different state who would want to purchase the interest form for Mr. President. Yes. And then you come to the subnational, you see local government chairmen who have not dug one borehole for their people, falling over themselves to buy nomination form for their governor. And when you come down to the local government, you see councillors that have not fed well, coming together to buy nomination form for local government chairman to curry favor. And I ask, to what end as a people do we continue to run within this, vicious circle?
Also in the news, we have 2027 Obi Kwankwaso supporters launch OK movement for 2027. Supporters of Mr. Peterobi and Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso have launched the OK movement on Monday as a political initiative aimed at building support and shaping alliances ahead of 2027 elections. This is what is happening between Peterobi and Kwankwaso. They have come together to see. This is not just them coming together. I think this is basically from their supporters. The supporters are kind of merging to see that they, come together to, find a name. First of all, they find a name and they find a movement, and then they push it to the people who are in the place they should be. That's Mr. Peterobi and Kwankwaso, and they have to take it. Of course, it's actually official in Abuja, where they had the roundup in Abuja. But looking at it, I don't think it's something that has a way of bringing down, or looking at even Mr. Peterobi and Kwankwaso, as other people in the ADC have indicated they want to go for the presidential seat too. I mean, Rotimi Amechi has said he wants to go for it. Also, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar said he also wants to go for it, and that's actually what we are seeing here.
All right, nothing happens per chance. Let me tell you, nothing happens without being orchestrated in politics. More often things are orchestrated. I know that the big men are aware. They may not be, they're just maybe flying a kite. They've not come out publicly to say, okay, you understand, speaking to the emergence of the obedient movement and the Kwankwasia, the obedient and the Kwankwasia, that's the OK movement, that was born. And, it's a very nice one seeing these people come together. Remember that in 2023, these are two groups that, do not see eye to eye with one another. The obedient movement and the Kwankwasia group never agreed. But where there is a common interest, there is an alignment. We still wait and see how things pan out in the ADC. And I continue to insist that what we're feeling, from these various individuals in ADC should be politics of deceit, to deceive the opponents, that when the chips are down, they will go into the inner recess, and have agreement and come up with a candidate. However, the OK movement is a very good one and is a welcome development. However, let's continue to watch until the court makes a pronouncement and we'll know the next direction in this political journey, as a nation and in the opposition as well. But it's indeed a welcome development for me.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper or check your favorite vendor, and also catch the full details online. And this is where we are calling today on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It is always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Yes, it's your sports wrap on Aneke TV, and I am your sports oracle, your one and only sports updatist all around the globe. And I'm here to do what we know best how to do. Today, I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing it with the man, with my very own main man, who I've been doing it with. Talking about Worldwide. Worldwide, good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like you came prepared today.
Yes. I want to be sure of the stats.
Of the stats,
because I just dish out anything.
The way you are,
just be sure.
You want to be very sure. Now, let's delve into Chelsea and how they have been doing. But before we go into Chelsea, let's see our newspaper headlines. What's actually happening in the world of sports? What are the things, key facts that we can pick, you can see, so that you too can know and understand what is happening and how it is happening. Now, you see that the There's a news about Atletico Madrid and Arsenal in the front page of the newspaper, where our own Ademola Lookman may miss the game. He may miss the game, citing issues concerning injury and other things. And this should actually be the first time he is going to miss such a game. Yes. And before we get to that, let's also look at Iwobi hails Osimhen winning mentality. Of course, Osimhen is a dangerous winner. This guy is a winner. I would really call him a winner. Now, let's see the news around relegation battles. Nigerian stars fight for top flight survival across Europe. Nigerian stars fight for flight survival across Europe. This is, I mean, the players in the relegation zone and other places. Now, I am also looking at it from this aspect where we are having Victor Boniface, who is also trying his best to ensure that he plays very well and he is doing his game. You know, he has been on injury, and he just started taking light training. So, I mean, you're not going to blame him if anything happens to his team, because he was not there, right?
Not at all. He has been on injury now. How many matches has he played?
How many matches has he actually played?
That's not good to be on injury.
That's not good. There's actually an update on Arteta. Arteta denies psychological blow. Yes.
Okay, for Arteta, he's just trying to uplift,
his spirit.
That they should not be down on.
Of course, what do you expect him to do? Because
no, he's not going to admit that. Of course,
even if he's will you admit? That's the question.
You don't have to admit, but of course, it's really something that is going to affect the player psychologically. From 9 points clear to now having just 3 points clear, and he's just trying to give them that mentality that like we should not let this weigh us down. We still have the opportunity to fight for the league. So I believe it's a good thing for him to say. He has to encourage his team.
Oh, he has to encourage his team. If it's not you, if it's you, will you not encourage your team?
Of course.
You have to encourage your team. Then we have Hendrick drops hint on United move. Hendrick.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
Hendrick is one of the guys I really would want at Man United. Seeing the way he plays, of course, he plays very well. Seeing the way he plays, he plays this Kunha ball. He plays a Kunha ball.
What I just look at Hendrick, what is surprising me is just that his physique. He's not that big a player, but he plays
good.
like Messi.
Yes, he's good. Hendrick, one thing you know about Hendrick is that Hendrick is good.
He's good.
For Hendrick to play, Hendrick is good.
Playing for, he left Madrid on loan to Lyon. He's delivering almost every game. It's either he has a goal or he has an assist.
An assist, yes. He's a great guy. Now, looking at Ndidi resumes training after injury layoff. There was a time Ndidi was linked to Manchester United. There was a time he was linked to Manchester United move. Wilfred, that's the Spigos captain.
Injury has been worrying so many of our guys.
Yes.
Osimhen, Boniface. This I don't know. Iwobi now, I think he has an injury. He picked up a knock.
Really?
He was substituted in the last match. So I don't know what's happening in this period. That almost all our guys are having 1 or 2 problems. So it's really affecting our play.
Also, we have that Rudiger gets 1 year extension offer. Where do you think Rudiger after Madrid could actually fit in to play next?
Rudiger is getting old. Getting old. Age is no more on his
side. Age is no more on his side.
It's no more that very agile Rudiger of Chelsea. So if he's going to leave Real Madrid, for me, I believe he should go to somewhere like Serie A.
Of course, you are right. Now, but let's talk about Rudiger a little. Looking at Rudiger, him leaving Chelsea, how much would a team want to make that they sell their best players?
That's just the thing that you have to.
Because football is a business, of course, at the end of the day. And as he went to Madrid, he has been doing well.
Yeah, of course.
He has been
injuries. Yes, but he has done well. So when you say your best player, it's just to make money. It's just for the profits. You can't have your club needing money and you have a guy that maybe if you sell him, you get that money. So that football is business. That's what is happening to some clubs. They just prefer to get the money than whatever is going to be achieved by the player. So I don't really blame some clubs when they let go of their big players. They need the money. It's just the business for them.
No, it's just the business. Now let's talk about Chelsea. There's while they have lost many games, of course, there's this troll that has come out to the in front of the media where netizens are really talking about Chelsea's loss so far, how it has affected, and maybe they are the ones who started this this geopolitical tension in Iran.
Chelsea, we are still, in that top 4. They were having so
they were having
mouth, like pride, like man.
Do you know it's better that Chelsea is actually in top 4. I can take Chelsea banter. I can't take Arsenal banter. Arsenal banter is the worst.
For them to win the league.
Yes, for them to win anything. For them to see, it's better that we are having Arsenal the way they are now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, for me, I will not.
No, see what
I don't have anything against Arsenal.
You know what? Okay, you don't have, but there are teams you have some things against.
Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea.
I like where they are. I even prefer them to be like number 8 or 9. They should not even visit conference league. This position they are now, they are going for Europa League. I'm not even happy about it. But if they are position 8, 9, we are no conference league, no Europe, I'll be happy. But for Arsenal to win the league, I have nothing against Arsenal. They can win the
because
league.
Arsenal fans are dangerous.
They are dangerous, but if it's the Champions League they want to win now, maybe then I will not be happy. But if it's Premier League, they've won it before, so it's just that it's been a long time, so they can win it. But you see, Chelsea, they should just go to number 10. Say for me, they should just be there.
Okay, now there's a news around Rosenio, that's the coach, where he came out to say that the management are really not pushing him to, do things that are out of the plan, that he is doing well and they are supporting him. They are still supporting him till now. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know. Is it that management? I don't know. The same management that's the blue code or whatever.
Yes,
I think they are protesting now. So even Strasbourg, they are protesting. But I don't know if it is only a management problem or both managements, players. I don't know, because when Chelsea sacked Maresca, I'm not a Chelsea fan, but I didn't see that need for them to sack Maresca. Now they sacked Maresca, he went to go and buy Rosenio with the same set of players, and you're expecting one different result. For me, this is not the problem. Coach was not the problem of Chelsea, but you sacked a good coach, an innocent man that was doing well, playing good football. You brought somebody. For me, Maresca in the game of coaching is way better than Rosenio. And you brought Rosenio to come and continue what a better coach has been doing, and I don't know what they were expecting. I was never in support of them letting go of Maresca, but the result is showing now. You have brought in Rosenio. You have lost how many matches? You have not scored in almost 4 consecutive matches in your home ground. So if they are saying it's a management problem, is it that they are saying that there is no money, or they are not signing new players, or what? So what's the management problem that they are complaining about? They gave them money to sign players. Chelsea actually signed so many players, only that they will go to the market. You will see a player of maybe 70 to 80 million. You will not buy that player. You will go and buy 15 million naira player, expecting him to do signs and wonders. So that has been Chelsea pro, signing youth players, signing academy, signing all sorts of players that are way below average, expecting them to now come and play one beautiful football. So I believe that's the problem, that they are signing players just using the club as a business. When those players play maybe for 1 or 2 seasons, they will now, somebody you sign for 15 million, maybe you now get an asking price maybe for 30 million. You sell it, you have made a 50 million naira profit. So I believe that's what Chelsea is just doing basically. They are just on the business side.
But talking about Chelsea and the crisis of the coaching crisis they just had, you have pointed out something that it did not make sense for them to sack Enzo Maresca. Now, Pep Guardiola is going to leave his position as man. Probably.
It will shock you, he will not leave. He might not leave. We have seen that from Pep Guardiola. In fact, before this season, he wanted to leave.
This time around, he will leave. He has.
What is the assurance?
No, what I'm saying is because we have to have our fingers crossed. Because I believe he's going to leave. You know why?
Where is he leaving to?
If he eventually leaves the Premier League, he's going to leave.
If he leaves Premier League, that would be another reason for him to stay.
No, if he leaves the Premier League, he will not leave.
Yes, no. So
no, he will not leave. Let me tell you what happened. Let's draw the lessons from former Liverpool coach.
Okay, Jurgen Klopp.
Okay. You see what Klopp did? Klopp was having a difficult time in Liverpool until he built the team and handed it over to the bowed tennis player.
Say it's bad tennis player.
Yeah, no, because Liverpool is the best, like when I mean in structure, in quality of persons, in quality of player,
yes,
in character. is the. In fact, Liverpool has in Premier League. Liverpool's players are the tallest.
Yes, they have top.
They have top players, followed by Newcastle.
Yeah.
They have top players. Like every side of Liverpool is filled with men.
Liverpool problem is the depth. If you remove first team players, you might not have somebody.
Of course, they don't have. But you see how Klopp built that team.
Yeah.
Now Klopp built the team, and when he won Premier League, he handed it over to the tennis player.
I don't know who you are calling.
No. You handed it over to
the slots that you are calling tennis player.
He used to sell phone. he used to part of slot that sells phone.
He was not a tennis player.
He handed it over to him, and guess what happened? He played. Some days they play football, some days they play tennis.
That's just the problem. They are not consistent.
They are not consistent.
I don't know the problem with a club. I say club slots. I don't know.
You see, their names are even one is bowed, one is hairy.
Slot pattern. I don't know whether he's using the same tactics with club or he does not have tactics. He's just leaving the players to just play whatever you can play, because I'm not seeing any tactics in Liverpool.
Basically, about Liverpool, I feel Liverpool has many things to tackle,
especially defense.
First of all, defense. Konate is about to renew his contract.
Yes.
Now, Suzabolai. Did I pronounce the name well?
He's going to renew his contract.
He's going to renew his contract.
Because they cannot let go of that player.
You know why you can't let go? But let me tell you, if they ever put a price tag on Suzabolai, Madrid will come for him.
Liverpool will not even let him go, sir.
Madrid will come for him. Man City will come for him. Man United will come for him.
You can't let such a player go.
But they have put a price tag on Gravenberch.
Yes, you can let him go.
It's
different from Szoboszlai.
Szoboszlai,
Szoboszlai can play anywhere.
He can play anywhere. Of course, he can.
Anywhere. If you give him gloves, I believe Szoboszlai
he can keep.
So he's just an easy player that you can't let go at this stage.
Yes.
When Salah is leaving, Van Dijk is not playing the best of football that he wants to play.
Van Dijk.
I don't know whether he's
Van Dijk a player? Abi?
These days, Liverpool defense is just
no. See, you know what happened to Liverpool? I'm sorry we are talking about Liverpool a lot now, but what happened to Liverpool was starting from the death of Jota. That actually shifted. He has to take something away from the team.
That was emotionally.
It shifted something emotionally.
I won't blame what's happening to Liverpool now on Jota's death.
I won't really blame
them. Let's say emotionally, psychologically.
Let me tell you, if you give Jota's wife the late husband's jersey, Jota's wife will be scoring goals. I don't know what they actually.
But they're both striker now.
See, the problem is that Liverpool, Hugo. Ekitike. They bought Isak. Isak just recovered from injury.
And Hugo has gone.
Now, when Hugo is out for 9 months, Hugo is pregnant.
Injury he has, he might not play football again.
Yes.
So
no.
If he will play, but that injury is not something you recover and you'll be 100% fit.
Yes, it's Hugo now. So yes. I mean, he's gonna.
Isak now is not even 100% fit.
That's the thing. When I'm talking about what is happening in football, we really have to look at it from a hindsight. Isak pushed his move to Liverpool.
Yes.
He gave his best for the team. Yeah. Like he gave his best for the transfer to go to Liverpool. Now, seeing what's happening to him in Liverpool can tell you that there's a problem. Now, Ekitike has gone. He has gone. And let's assume he's pregnant, and when he's done delivering, of course, that's going to be a long injury. Yeah, that's in the next 9 months you'll be looking at. But that's an estimation.
Yes. Probably it might even go more than that 9 months.
That's an estimation. When I mean estimation, it could be less.
It could be less.
Let's be nice.
The reality of that injury is that you go, when you come back,
you are not the same.
You are not the same.
Okay.
Because it's not like hamstring that you just come back and you are. The fear of even putting your leg in line for a tackle safe. You will not want to risk it. So it's just
something mad. Now let's talk about same thing we're looking at from some Premier League clubs who has been relegated, and we are seeing that Wolves has been relegated. Wolves have been relegated.
Burnley, of course, is going to follow.
It's going to follow soon, and other what's their name?
Tottenham and
no, Tottenham is there. You know why
Tottenham might survive.
Tottenham
might survive. West Ham is just above them with 2 points.
Okay, Tottenham might survive.
Might survive.
But then let me tell you something that will happen. looking at what is going on in this architecture of football, in this grand scheme of football, especially in the Premier League, many people have argued that Premier League is not the best league in the world.
Yes, yeah, of course, everybody has his own opinion.
Okay,
It's
but
not the
90...
best. So which league will you not say is the best? Will you not say is La
No,
Liga
I'm
is-
asking them, this question you're asking is what I'm asking them, because when you talk about relegation, the people that are going for relegation can play you till you are being
Tottenham
played.
going for relegation.
Like imagine
that's a big
Tottenham.
team that if you put Tottenham, since for me I'm of the opinion that Premier League is the best league because there is competition in the Premier League.
And there's no team. No team is small.
No team is small. You cannot come and say this one now. Of course, you expect. If you go to La Liga now, you see where Barca is beating somebody 6-0. If you go to German Bundesliga, you see where Bayern Munich is just beating somebody anyhow. The top clubs in La Liga now, you can just say Madrid, Barca. Then you add Atletico Madrid to it. Okay, who is the fourth club you are going to call? You have the rest just
Yes, of course.
If you go to Germany, you have Bayern Munich. Dortmund is not even a big team now.
Yeah.
Leipzig, they are just there. If you go to Italian league, all of them, I don't know who. All of them are average team. Inter Milan,
Of course, all of them.
Milan,
AC Milan,
Juventus,
Napoli.
Just look at what they played in this last Champions League. Who was the best among them? You can say
There was a time Inter Milan was a powerhouse.
That went to final and they lost 5-0. So French league, you just mentioned PSG and the rest. PSG and the rest. That's what we
PSG and the rest.
What if you come to England? You can mention like eight teams that will be able to play in the Champions League, and they will show you.
They will show you quality.
Look at Newcastle. If not for Barcelona, Newcastle will have gone far. So you mention Man City, you mention Arsenal, you mention Liverpool, you mention Tottenham, you mention Chelsea. So you have a lot of teams that someone will now come with arguments that Premier League is not the best league. So who is not the best league? Are you going to tell me that a league that is made up of Madrid and Barcelona as the two big teams there is not the best?
For years, they have been dominating. And Atletico Madrid, why is Atletico
will just be coming out third every season?
Every season, they always third. They are the Arsenal of.
Then you now come and tell me
Atletico Madrid is the Arsenal of Premier League. They always hopeful.
Premier League is the best. When you have 10 teams that can compete in any
apart
from the Premier League,
even relegation teams like Wolves now. Wolves held Man City to a 2-2 draw.
Yes, now. So
Wolves held Manchester United to a 2-2 draw.
They won Liverpool.
They won Liverpool. Like somebody that is not doing well. Okay, now finally let's just look at the players in this Wolves team that can be taken. I mean, the players will be sold off.
Of course, they will sell off many players.
And there will be free transfers. People have to get to all. I believe next season Wolves to be back. If they play well, because see, Wolves, there's no comparison. It's just that Premier League is tough.
It's too tough now.
There's
if you put Wolves in La Liga now, Wolves will be
the way Wolves
10th. You can't say they will finish 20th.
Yes.
So for me, I don't see any argument. Anybody that is just trying to say that you just tell me that you like La Liga. I will take it from
that you are a Barca fan. And people that like La Liga. People that like La Liga are mostly Barca fans. But in Premier League, you have Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, Tottenham.
Are going for. Imagine Tottenham going for relegation.
Tottenham.
If Tottenham stay 50 years in La Liga, they will never smell that relegation. With this their current form, I'm not even saying when they were better. With this form, imagine players that in Tottenham. Xavi Simons is trying to deliver. Richarlison is there. If not for injury crisis,
Dominic Simon,
and instead of people want to go for relegation, you are telling me La Liga is better than Premier League. There's no argument there. It's just sentiment that people are talking like that.
Well, it's just sentiment that people are talking about, and it's something that we are looking at here on Sports Rap at Aneke TV. And I want you to know that we bring you the best of sports and what's happening in the world of sports. We bring you as it is happening, the latest. And finally, before we go on this edition, we're talking about this Chelsea player that had an injury against Manchester United. I'm talking about Estavio. The official news is that he is going to feature in the World Cup. That the injury is not a lot.
That's a good news for him.
Of course, you saw how this guy played. He was playing with his life. I'm sure that if Estavio played full time, Chelsea would have scored.
Would have been it, because if you watched when they removed him, they now brought in the fake Argentina player Gananio. It's just Argentina. I can't believe today that guy is an Argentine.
Argentine.
When he came home, Take someone 1v1.
He can't. You saw how they scored that goal. He was
the one that Fernandez just shoved away.
No, he was assisting Fernandez to score the goal. Say, let's go and score.
He's not a wing. Garnacho, I used to say Garnacho does not deserve to be a footballer. I don't know if I'm too harsh, but he does not deserve to be a footballer. He should rather do something else.
Do content creation.
If he's an athlete, he should just be running. He's good at running, so
yes, he's very good.
100 meter, you do that.
But the coach has come out to defend him. The coach came out to defend him. He said he's just 21. He's still a kid, and he's learning. How old is Yama? And Yama just won an award.
How old is Olise? There are many players that are you can't. At this is the time you play football. From your 18 to 25, that's the time you play football. If you are not playing good football at 21, you are looking for an excuse to get to 27 before you play. You should be wasting this time.
Well, that's fine, and that's all we can take here on Aneke TV's Sports Wrap on this edition. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Mr. Worldwide, for joining us. And you, our viewers, I thank you so much. And we thank you. We expect to see you same time, same station here on Aneke TV. And have a wonderful morning. I'm still your Sports Wrap. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowered. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us. This is The Insight. And remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, they say that the most difficult thing for a nation to do is to look at itself in the mirror. We are doing exactly that. We are pulling back the curtains on the consolidation era. We are asking the hard questions about a 2026 political landscape that feels like a paradox, where the ink on the new Electoral Act is barely dry. Yet, the test for genuine transparency has never been more parched. Where the macroeconomic spreadsheet speaks of stability, but the micro realities of the Nigerian household speak of survival. Is our democracy evolving, or is it merely rebranding? Are we truly decentralizing power through the state policing, or we are just localizing the machinery of control? This is The Insight on Aneke TV. I am Uche Osai. To help us dissect these layers, we are joined by a man who has spent decades navigating the corridors of truth and the complexity of public perception. He is a development communication expert and public affairs analyst. Join me to welcome Emeka Odom to The Insight.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much.
we are looking at confronting the Nigerian political space. And we are asking a lot of questions. And I need to start with asking, since 1999 to date, what has changed and what has remained the same when we're speaking to confronting our political reality as a people?
All right, thank you very much. I must confess that this is a very important question that perhaps touches at the heartbeat of some of the issues that the nation is grappling with. What has really changed between 1999 and now? If you look at it from my own perspective, if you look at it from probably what you may call side A, you may say nothing has changed. I mean, it's a recyclical event, going through the circle and perhaps pretending to be changing the tone, and but the lyrics are the same. The beat is still the same. The dance steps are the same. The drummers and all the other actors, probably seem to be the same. What has really happened is those who have been thrown out of the scene by nature, the rest of the people take their turn. After some time, perhaps when their hands are a bit heavy, they go and sit down somewhere and observe and re-strategize to come back and continue. That looks like it in side A, but if you look at it in side B, a lot of things has changed, and I must tell you quite frankly that a lot of things have changed, and many of those things that changed became quite evident in 2023. And so if looking at them critically, you know that there are more political consciousness now as we speak. Many Nigerians now are alive to their obligations, their responsibilities as citizens, and a lot of Nigerians are beginning to realize that, look, things probably may not change except if some very conscious steps are taken, and not just to be taken, has to be driven and championed by the young people, and that is exactly what's going on. If you look at the 2023 general elections, that tells you that a lot of Nigerians, a lot of young people are beginning to realize that, look, we have a place in this whole thing, and until we rise up to take our place, we probably will remain at the corner where we are, crying and wailing and shouting and lamenting without any reasonable outcome. And so for me, this is the issue. That political consciousness, that political awareness, that desire to drive the change that is necessary. Right. And so if that is sustained, if what we saw in 2023 is sustained, not minding the fact that probably a lot of people may have been disappointed, in the sense that some of the results that we expected, some of the outcomes that we expected didn't quite come. But that's usually the case. Most times it doesn't come at a first attempt, So you need to sustain that push. You need to sustain that drive, that critical push, and by the critical mass. And definitely the change will come. And for me, that is what has changed between 1999 and now.
All right. Speaking to change, we have a ruling government that came in under the change mantra. You remember in 2015. Then to date is now renewing of that hope. Supposedly things have changed, and you've pointed the things that changed. But I know if going forward you tell me that you're not an economist. But let's start from that perspective. Speaking to the economy, where the macro indicators show inflation is finally trading downwards, towards single digit. This is what the government is celebrating, and then yet when we talk about this, sort of stability, in terms of the numbers, you look at the market basket, the cost for a family of 5 remains at an all-time high, and I'm asking, is our economic stabilization happening just on the spreadsheet, or is it really impacting, the average Nigerian family here?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I do not think anybody will probably look too far to find the answer to this question. You see, what has happened over time? Yes, I am not an economist, and of course I am not. But there are fundamental issues. One of those issues is that, you see, as a human being, there are some level of knowledge, that is readily available for. You don't need to be a world acclaimed economist. You need not to have read economics in the university, perhaps up to university level, before you understand a lot of those indices. They are there for you to know. And so, in fact, the saying goes that every man is an economist in his household, as long as we are able to, manage over because the family itself is a microcosm of the society. In the family, there's politics, there's economy, there's culture, there's social realities, right? And so there's religion. So, and these are the kind of things you get in the society. And so once you're able to manage the affairs of your family, fairly stabilize the family, confront some of the challenges that confront your family, deal with them head on. Issues come, you tackle them squarely, and you keep selling. Keep the head of your family above the waters. You are an economist to some extent. Of course, you may not be operating at a macro level, of course, but to a reasonable extent. So now, if you have to, translate that knowledge to the bigger society, you don't need to go too far. You don't even need to read too far for you to see answers to some of the posers that you have just dropped on the desk. Number one, yes, the figures, the official figures and the statistics, dished out on a daily basis by managers of our national economy and all the rest of them, will always be different from the economic realities on the streets and at our various markets as reflected in the economy of the various households. The difference will always be there. Why is this so? It's because a lot of these statistics and figures that are bandied officially, right? Perhaps the question to ask is, how do they emerge? Did they naturally evolve from the basic forces of demand and supply as it is in conformity with the realities on ground? Or are they simply a product of, some intellectual, statistical rebranding and rebasing? That is the question. Now, if latter is the case, if they are just merely a product of intellectual, statistical rebasing of economic figures, of course they will always be different from the realities on ground. Because see, those who decide, those intellectuals who serve as the think tank of the government, who sit down in the cozy comfort of their offices, brainstorm, allocate, do some put one or two economic, logics together and come up with a figure and say, oh, this is it. They will be different from the hardcore economic realities reflected by the price of commodities in the market, reflected by the fare that is paid by the average Nigerian when he wants to commute from point A to point B. Those things will always be different. And between the two, which one will have more effect on the people? Of course, it is the price of commodities. It is the realistic price we meet in the market. Why the government can bandy away with those rebase figures and brandish them anywhere, quote them anywhere, brag about them anywhere? It is limited for their own political calculations. But the realities on ground will always tell you that, look, things are not just right.
All right, things are not just right. But let's go deep a little bit further. Given the crisis in the Middle East, we've seen a sort of windfall for the Nigerian state. However, despite this windfall, what's your opinion on the impact this is having still on the common man in the streets in Nigeria? Because one expects that with the windfall, there has to be a sort of palliative to help the Nigerian masses navigate.
Yes, you see, I need to speak a little bit about this, because quite a lot of people, quite a number of people have, talked about a lot of, many times when I watch television, I listen to news, I read newspapers, and I hear people talk about most government officials, come to defend the price of the high cost of things and the inflation and everything. And I laugh because for me, that is being disingenuous. And not only being disingenuous, that is dealing with and dishing out half-truth to the people. And I will tell you, yes, there is a fight there are crises in the Middle East. Nobody can deny that fact. The Middle East is a hot hub of, oil business in the world. That is very clear. Everybody knows about that. But that's not where it ends. Each time there are crises in the Middle East, you don't need anybody to tell you that the price of oil goes up. Right? Now, when the price of oil goes up, of course, the ripple effect is that because crude oil is still a dominant factor in world energy production till tomorrow, that's where it is. Yes, there are other sources of energy, but how many countries have access to that? There's nuclear energy. How many countries have access to that? Oil is still at the center of it all. Many countries depend on it for their energy security. Now, Nigeria happens to be highly blessed. Nigeria is a major producer of crude oil. And so when the price of crude oil goes up, as a matter of fact, if you check very closely, the 2026 budget is predicated on, I think, to $60-something per barrel. But since this crisis started, it has never gone down anything less than 90. In fact, at a point, it got to $120 per barrel. So that's automatically a windfall. And if you look at the way, it has gone beyond one month now. The crisis has gone beyond 1 month. And so you are talking of a daily windfall. That is on one side. Yes, also, the corresponding reality is also that to use a finished product, a refined product, you also need to, for those who buy from outside, you need to buy it at a higher price now. But the question is, number one, why would Nigeria, at this stage of our national life, continue to be dependent on refined crude that we don't refine in Nigeria? Why can't we refine in Nigeria? This is not the first time we are witnessing crisis in the Gulf. This is not the first time. In 1990, remember the Gulf War. In fact, George Bush Senior, the first time when he went for a military action in Iraq, that was a Gulf crisis. Bush Jr. went back to Iraq, that was also a Gulf crisis. In all of these people, in all of these times, the price of oil went up. How come Nigerians did not experience the kind of hardship we are experiencing now then? The question is very simple. At these times, the local refineries were to a reasonable extent producing. And so Nigeria did not have to depend on imported fuel. While Nigeria, with the right hand, Nigeria was making much money by selling crude oil. making much money by selling crude oil at a higher, far more than the budgeted amount. It did not in any way affect the percentage that was reserved for local refining here to service Nigerians. But the difference between that time and now is that we don't have the local refining capacity. The only thing that has happened is that a private refinery owned by Dangote is in Nigeria, and I do not think the entire capacity is enough to serve Nigerians. Hence, the reliance also on a certain percentage of refined crude, foreign refined crude. So that importation element is still there. And even the crude that is coming from Dangote, at what price is it coming? If public refineries were to be at work, they cannot be selling crude oil to Nigerians based on international pricing. They will not sell fuel to Nigerians. They will not sell diesel. They will not sell kerosene to Nigerians based on international pricing. So Nigerians presently are left in the hands of private entrepreneurs. Yeah, Dangote may alter the price to give you something lower than what he sells to other people, but it's still a private sector driven thing.
In essence, what you're saying is that we can't tie this particular windfall to any developmental stride.
No, I'm coming. What I just explained is the first phase. Now the second phase is the money, the excess money that the government is making from the crude since the crisis began. Can't government use a certain percentage of it to alleviate the sufferings of the people? Since we are now forced to buy fuel from supplied by a private refinery, whether local or foreign, so Nigerians now have to buy it as in fact, a price that is, if it's not at par with international, but at least a price that was set with the knowledge of what is happening at the international level. And yet, that is too expensive for Nigerians. So why can't the government now dip hand from what the excess money they are making from selling of the crude to alleviate this suffering? At least just for now, if not for anything, until this period is over. And for me, that is where the government needs to do more.
All right. Just finally, before I let you go, the economy. No, I don't know if you've cited the new budget 2026 that is being signed, a budget of around 68.32 trillion naira.
Yeah.
And though the initial amount the Mr. President submitted to the National Assembly was around 58, the National Assembly saw it fit to increase the number. However, my question here lies with the amount. Around 15 trillion is needed for debt servicing. How is this very budget based on this humongous amount meant for servicing debt? Are we going to see any meaningful developmental stride with this very budget?
When this budget was read, and presented to members of the National Assembly, I think late last year, many of us spoke out. In fact, some people saw this budget as dead on arrival. How do you spend a humongous amount of money, almost 15% of your budget or more, in debt servicing? 15 trillion out of 60-something trillion only on debt servicing. Where have you ever seen that kind of a thing happen? Who has survived that kind of situation? And you see, the tragic thing about this is that the borrowings are still going on. And one may ask, when these monies are borrowed, what tangible projects are we looking at? So that is why it becomes, a bit complex here. And my prayer is just God will just enable this country to succeed, because based on some of the things we are seeing, it's quite frankly, it's not encouraging.
Okay. It's not encouraging.
It's not encouraging.
Is there any way out?
Yeah, of course, there will always be a way out. You see, the country must and my whole idea about this is that what I always tell people, is number one, Nigerians must learn to be magnanimous in victory. When elections are held, elections are won, and governments are sworn in, those who have won election must realize that the country belongs to everyone, not only to the winners of the election and their cronies. They must go beyond the tentacles of the party that has won, or the friends and acolytes of whoever that has won the election. Bringing people from far and wide, from all corners of the country, those that can contribute meaningfully to make the country better. For me, with due respect, I think that we can get better managers to manage the economy of this country. That's my thinking. Because some of the economic, policies of God, in the very first place, like I always say, I'm not an economist, but these things are not far-fetched. I think the country practically, for the first 12 to even 24 months of this administration, for me, they were bored. The policies weren't to me, they were more like trial and error. A lot of things were out of place, and that was a precious time lost. And I also think those things were avoidable. So the government must go beyond, the friends of the party, the friends of the government, and go and bring in people, as long as they are citizens of this country, bring in the technocrats and experts that can help to turn the ship of the economy of this country around. Forget about the campaigns that are mounted day and night by the acolytes of Mr. President and the supporters and those in government with him. They can't do a fair assessment of the economy. A better and fairer assessment of the economy has to be done by independent people. And each time these people speak, it seems to reveal the true nature of the economy of this country. And you cannot help but agree with them, because when the economy is doing well, the people will feel it. How can Nigerians, pay through their nose to send their children to school? How can Nigerians pay through their nose to pay house rent, to put food on the table? These are the basic things that people work for. So these things, these indices are, they are the basic instruments to measure how well a country is doing, how well the economy of a country is doing. It's not, you don't measure yes, of course, the government can sit down in the offices and rebase figures for political reasons. If you really want to gauge how well a country is doing, you look at the price of commodities in the market. How affordable are they? What is the inflation? What is the inflation rate?
All right. Let's just move a little bit away from the economy. Let's look at the security. Let's get your perspective on the current security situation of the nation.
Yes, Nigeria has been, facing very serious security challenges for quite some time now, and we must be very frank and to accept that it didn't begin with this administration. This administration inherited a major, in fact, it didn't even begin with the APC, the current party that is in charge of the government. So, however, in government, we don't talk about yesterday. We talk about those that are there today because they are the ones you know.
It's a continuum.
It's a continuum. The moment you raise up your hand to say vote for me, you assume the responsibility. So, Nigeria has been battling this insecurity issue for quite some time now, and while we cannot deny that some gains are also being made, okay, we will also recognize the fact that sometimes it seems as if, I don't want to use the words getting worse, no, but sometimes it seems as if we can't see the gains that are being made.
We can't see the
gains that are being made. Why is it so? Number one, yes, there are various elements to the insecurity issue in Nigeria. We all know that very well. There's a religious angle to it. There's a political angle to this, ideology issues, and many other things, economy and all the rest of them. But if you ask me, I look at this insecurity issue as more of developmental issues. Developmental issues in the sense that the biggest weapon, yes, the military will continue to do what they are doing because that's just, it is what it is, But beyond that, the biggest weapon and the most effective weapon for me would be good governance.
Good governance.
Yes, because it has to do with, and that is why I have done my own assessments, looked at issues, analyzed it, and I come to the reality of the fact that the biggest challenge we have is lack of development or underdevelopment, whichever way, whichever nomenclature that seems more comfortable to you. And they are very simple. We need to expand the insecurity issue to include the human elements. Even those today, even places where you can say that, oh, these ones are driven by ideology, they are religious issues and things like that. At the center of this is underdevelopment. If you look at the Nigerian society, in all of the places that we have seen insecurity fester, what do you see? You see an army of available youths ready to be indoctrinated, ready to be coerced, ready, to be conscripted into all kinds of things. The saying says that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. There are a whole lot of teenagers who are out of school with no meaningful plan about life. They are readily available, and so those criminal elements find them readily available. And it becomes worse in places where there's abject penury and poverty. So those people become available tools to be recruited. It becomes very easy. Let me tell you, check the history all over the world. It's very difficult to for instance, you come into a community where 80 to 90% of the young people in that community are carefully engaged. Either they're in school, responsibly, busy with their academics, or many of them are working, or doing one thing or the other that barely give them chance. Where are you going to see them to begin to preach to them? Are you going to ask them to live the comfortable, at least many of them will be on the lane to a comfortable life? You're asking them to live it. Even if some people listen to you, it will be very minimal. Now compare that to a situation where you go to a village where 90% of the young people in that place are idling away, no work. There's idle, they are angry against government. There's poverty and penury everywhere. They didn't go to school, and they are not in school. And so if you look at life, you ask yourself, what is their plans about life? Instead, in that kind of situation, all you need to, you may not even preach much. Before you know it, you see people that will tell you, say, let's go, we are ready. After all, we done the suffer. And rightfully so, when you come to such places, you begin to ask yourself, please, can you tell us what signifies the presence of government in this place? So that is why, each time we talk about this insecurity, this insecurity is there. But for me, I see a developmental gap. And check out in all the places where you have had this insecurity, whether it's in the up north, in the northwest, in the north central, in the southeast, even where places where the elementary criminalities like kidnapping and robbery and all the rest of them. Many, they are ascribable to the fact that there's so much hunger in the land, there's so much poverty in the land, there's so much neglect, there's so much injustice, there's so much discrimination, there's so much marginalization, and all of these things put together, they are developmental problems.
All right. Mr. Meka, we'll hold on here. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll probe the Nigerian state's intention or unintention to end insurgency in Nigeria. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and if you just been joining us, we've been speaking to Emeka Odom, development communication expert, public affairs analyst, and he's been helping us unravel the issue confronting Nigeria's political reality. And we've been speaking on security, Mr. Emeka, and I'm asking, given the revelation on the Daily Trust newspaper yesterday, where we were told that the budget for the army procurement of equipment only met about 7% disbursement. And I'm asking, on this notion, the Nigerian state's intention or willingness or the will to end insecurity in Nigeria. Bear in mind, we just lost a brigadier general, followed by a colonel, and then other, rank and file soldiers, combatants that we are losing. We just lost 3 from the news this morning in Kwara State.
It's a very pathetic issue, because year in, year out, we hear a lot of, we just talked about the 2026 budget now, and 6-something trillion naira. And if you look at that within that amount, you begin to ask yourself, how much is budgeted for defense and security? One would have expected that if whatever amount, whether it is 5 trillion, whether it is 1 trillion, whatever it is, whatever amount that is budgeted to issues of security, given the fact that the nation has been dealing with this issue for a very long time, if I remember very correctly, since is it 2009 or 2010, that's well over 10 years now. And so one would have expected that, yes, the nation is in a hurry. In fact, the nation can't wait to end this insecurity. And so you begin to ask, then why would the money budgeted for defense and security not be given to them for any reason whatsoever? Because the truth is that, you see, we have all worked see, budget is the same everywhere, whether it's for a country or for an individual or for a firm, whatever it is, budget is the same. Now in a budget, it says, look, in order to achieve this objective, this is what we are going to do, steps we are going to do to achieve, or rather, okay, fine, let me be more technical here now. This is the goal, right? And this is the goal. Then the objectives are the steps you are going to be taking. Objective 1, objective 2, objective 3, until you get to the final objective that will enable you to achieve your goal. And within these objectives, these are the monies we are going to spend, because these are the things we will do. Now, if you fail to do anything here, you endanger the possibility of doing what? Achieving the goal. And when you talk about a budget, it's okay, fine. These are the ways through which the money is going to come in, and these are the ways through which we are going to spend the money, and these are the things we are going to spend the money on. Now, if in a situation where more than, or rather less than 50% of the budget for a particular goal is not met, then how would you expect to achieve your goal? I had a friend, when I was still growing up then I was working in an advertising company, where my friend was a brand manager, and there's something in the communications world, we were from the agency, and agency and client. So my friend was working with clients, I was working in the agency, and so each time we talk, and my friend would say, look, from the client side, in their company, at the beginning of their financial year, if you say this is what you're going to do, and these are the amount we will need to achieve this, if at the end of the year you did not exhaust that money, there's no way you can come and tell the company that you were able to do the things you said you would do. So how did you do? Did you do it from your pocket? How did you get the money? From your pocket? From your salary? So if all the money that is budgeted, you are not able to withdraw the request for all those money, it simply means that you did not do what you said, what you told us we are going to do. You see that logic? So when money that is meant for defense and security is not released, with what are we going to fight insecurity? That is the question. And so when you follow this logic, you now begin to ask yourself, the whole idea, the whole talk, the whole campaign to fight insecurity, is it real? We don't want to get to that point where we begin to question the intention of those in authority to fight insecurity. But when we begin to hear news of, imagine the paltry sum that is said to have been released for defense and security budget, an issue that the nation is grappling with, an issue that is like a cankerworm, a virus, a cancer element eating up the country, that ordinarily the country is in a hurry to even dispense with. So if the money that is meant to enable those who are doing the fight function effectively, if the money is not released to them, how do we expect them to function? It's a very big question, and it's an issue that requires a very deep probe.
All right, that's quite insightful, but let's move a bit to the political. Mr. Baker, let's get your insight on the current political landscape in Nigeria. You know, looking at that we're in the process leading to the general election in 2027.
You see, sometimes I you know, you just wish that some certain things don't happen. Some time ago, I think that was around either late 2023 or early 2024, we were in a group of, discussing, a group of friends, different professionals. One of us said, look, that he foresees in 2027 where there will never be a credible opposition.
Where there will never be a credible opposition?
Yes, to challenge the current president. He said, the guy who made that statement is still there. That he foresees a situation in 2027. Remember, we were talking of, I said he made these statements either early 2024 or late 2023. He said he foresees a situation where there will not be a credible opposition in 2027 that will challenge the president, and that if care is not taken, the president may run the election alone. And many of us say, what do you mean? He said, no, that what he's talking about is a situation where those who have the capacity to challenge the current party and the current president in a presidential election will be decapacitated. And we all laughed and continued our the hanging out and the good times that we were enjoying. And so almost 4 years down the line, if I look at what is happening now, it looks as if that my friend was a prophet.
You think he's right with what is happening now?
What else again can one say? Are things not becoming clearer? As a matter of fact, except if there's a divine intervention today through the Supreme Court, the case is coming up today. Except if there's a divine intervention today through the Supreme Court, we're not going to have any credible opposition to contest the 2023 general elections with the current party.
The 2027 general elections.
2027 general elections at the presidential level.
Okay, it should.
Does it not look surprising? Does it not appear surprising to you that could be the case?
Should that happen, what should we be looking at? What should we be expecting?
If that happens, well, what I said will expect, probably some of these parties, some of these unknown parties will throw up one or two relatively unknown people who you and I know very well that will not have the capacity.
What you're trying to tell me is that if things doesn't go the way for the ADC
and PDP
in the rulings today,
yes,
that will be the end of this.
How would they be able to reorganize themselves given the INEC timetable? How would they be able to do that?
But there may be the option of other political parties like PRP and the likes of them.
That is the issue now. You see, that is the issue, because if that happens, you see, to contest to a presidential candidate is not, let me tell you something. Let's take football for instance. You could be a very big team, big players. You have the capacity to win any take on any opponent, but preparation is the key. There's a point to which you may become destabilized. Even you yourself, you will tell yourself that, look, there's really, at this point, there's nothing I can do. You see, this kind of, when you say you build a party for an opposition to, because in the very first place, an opposition is in a disadvantaged position to begin with, right? Now, to build the momentum up to the point of to say, yes, I want to go into this election, it's not a day's job. Which other party are they going to go to? That the same problem that is confronting them now will not rear its head again. Are they going to apply to INEC for a new political party? Will INEC be able to approve a political party now? And for the political party to begin to, meet all the criteria of INEC, submit all the necessary lists that are supposed to be submitted, begin to do all the things that they're supposed to do to be able to, produce candidates for the next election. Even if they go into an existing party, is it a party that does not have an executive already? Because what is the issue of the current crisis is, that they moved into a political party, and so you see that is why I am saying that. I was somewhere within the week, and a similar question came up, and although a bit different, slightly different, and is but similar in thematic essence, and it says, what are the things that can guarantee a free and fair election in a country? And I said this: listen, free and fair election, we must admit, does not begin and end with INEC, the body that's saddled the responsibility of conducting election. Various other key holders all have their part to play. But beyond that, the political leadership of the country must make up their mind. They must have the political will to tell themselves, we want to leave behind, or we want to conduct a free and fair election. When they have that mindset, we will see it happen. Even the electoral body will be given a free hand to do their work. And the kind of determination and political we are talking about is the type we saw when President Yar'Adua was elected president in Nigeria in 2007. He acknowledged the fact, on the inauguration ground, he acknowledged the fact that the election that produced him carried a moral burden. And he made a promise to Nigerians that he was going to leave behind a reformed electoral act that will give rise to a free, fair and credible election in Nigeria. That is the political will. And he set up a reform committee headed by the retired Justice Wise. That is the kind of political will that the political leadership must have. Where that is lacking, that is now when you begin to see all these, all these tackles that will come from the one that will come from the top, the one that will come from underground, the one that will come from sideways, the one that will even come from even within the individual himself.
For want of time, I want to run a bit faster. I'm getting signal that we're out of time. But let me ask, have you seen the synergy between the Kwankwasi and the Obedient movement? Assuming that things go well, looking at these men that are aligned in the coalition, there is Atiku, there is Peterobi, there is Amechi, Tamboa, and others. Who will be your pick as the best pair for a credible challenge against the ruling party?
No, you see, I don't belong to any of those political parties. I'm an analyst, a journalist, and so but my own job demands that we look at things, from dispassionately, from a central perspective. But one thing I've always said is, it doesn't matter who the opposition puts in front, but the opposition must be united, and that was what worked for APC in 2015.
Okay.
So if the opposition in Nigeria is not coherent, united, formidable, if they like, let them go and bring Lionel Messi and play him up as number 9. They won't get any go.
All right. And the final word before we go. Looking at, there's been an issue, with protest for the INEC chairman to resign based on his partisanship. Let's get your opinion on that before we go.
Unfortunately, in this part of the world, these are things that are very strange. They hardly happen here. Maybe somewhere else, people protest and you see results. Here, I really, if that happens here, maybe all of us will go and do a Thanksgiving that Nigeria is changing.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Emeka Udoma. That's the much we can take for today on The Insight. Remember, we've been speaking to a development communication expert, public affairs analyst, Emeka Udoma, and he's been helping us unravel the issue around confronting Nigeria's political realities. Let us know what you think about what he has said. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on YouTube and Facebook. Till we'll come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government arraigns suspects over alleged 13-count charge on plot to wage war against Nigeria. IGP reorganizes police monitoring unit to enhance discipline and operational efficiency. Abia State Governor Alex Oti unveils railway project plan. Details of the news. The federal government has filed a 13-count criminal charge before the Federal High Court in Abuja against 6 individuals over alleged offenses bordering on treason, terrorism, and related financial crimes. Those named in the charge include retired Major General Mohammed Ghana, retired Naval Captain Erasmus Victor, Inspector of Police Ahmed Ibrahim, Zeker Umoru, Buka Goni, and Abdul Kader Sani, while a former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipri Silva, is listed as being at large. The defendants are scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja Division. The charge was instituted by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and signed by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Rotimi Oyedepo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Prosecutors alleged that the accused persons conspired in 2025 to unlawfully levy war against the Nigerian state and undermine the authority of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The offenses, according to the charge, also include alleged failure to report acts of planned insurrection and terrorism-related intelligence. The federal government further contends that the defendants had prior knowledge of a planned treasonable activity involving other suspects but failed to alert security authorities. The case is expected to proceed for arraignment as the judiciary begins hearing on the substantive allegations. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunde Disu, has approved a major restructuring of the police monitoring unit in a move aimed at strengthening internal discipline and operational accountability within the Nigeria Police Force. The reform was announced by Force Public Relations Officer Assistant Commissioner of Police, Anthony Placid. The restructured unit is designed to focus on proactive surveillance, intelligence-driven inspections, and real-time monitoring of police officers across formations nationwide. Authorities say the objective is to improve compliance with operational standards and enhance service delivery. As part of the changes, Deputy Commissioner of Police Aliyu Abubakar has been appointed to head the unit. He previously served in the State Criminal Investigation Department in both the Federal Capital Territory and Rivers State, where he handled high-profile investigations. The police leadership says the reform is part of broader efforts to restore public confidence, improve professionalism, and ensure strict adherence to ethical standards across the force. Troops of the 12th Brigade Nigerian Army have dismantled a suspected terrorist logistics network following coordinated operations along major routes in Kogi State. The operations led to multiple arrests and interception of ammunition concealed for illegal deportation. The first arrest occurred along the Okoja axis of the Abuja Expressway, where a suspect identified as Matthew Elisha was tested on a motorcycle fitted with a hidden compartment reportedly used to conceal ammunition. Following intelligence exploitation, troops mounted a second operation along the Obajana Kaba Road, where 2 additional suspects, Malam Zubairu Abubakar and Adamu Abubakar Abdullahi, were arrested inside a commercial bus. A search of the vehicle uncovered 314 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition and 3 AK-47 magazines. The Nigerian Army says the suspects and recovered items have been handed over to military intelligence for further investigation. 3 soldiers have been confirmed dead following a deadly confrontation with the armed bandits in Kemanji Community Kai Amal local government area of Kwara State. The incident occurred during a pre-dawn attack reportedly aimed at dislodging military presence in the area. Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak confirmed the incident, noting that the troops engaged the attackers in a prolonged gun battle and successfully repelled the assault, preventing a wider invasion of the community. Eyewitness accounts indicate that the attackers deployed explosives and launched a coordinated attack on a military position before advancing into parts of the town. Local vigilantes also joined security forces in the exchange of fire. Although the attackers were forced to withdraw, they reportedly escaped with some operational vehicles and motorcycles. The state government says it will intensify security operations amid rising concerns over renewed attacks in the region. The Abia state government says the newly approved Federal Housing Authority estate in Umuahia is part of a joint initiative between the state and the federal government aimed at expanding affordable housing and urban development. The Commissioner for Information in the state, Mr. Oke Kano, explained that the project reflects a strategic partnership designed to balance infrastructure growth with agricultural sustainability. Following concerns over the use of existing rice farmlands, the state government also disclosed plans to restructure its transport systems, including the relocation of commercial operators from Okigwe Park to a newly completed modern bus terminal to improve traffic management and urban order. Authorities further confirmed ongoing discussions with the Nigerian Railway Corporation for the development of a rail station and urban corridor, describing the projects as part of broader efforts to modernize Abia's infrastructure and economy. The Supreme Court has adjourned the long-running legal dispute over the Kano Emirate stool to April 19, 2027, prolonging uncertainty over the traditional leadership structure in the state. The case involves competing claims between Muhammadu Sanusi II and Aminu Ado Bayero, both laying claim to the position of Emir of Kano following controversial political and legal developments in recent years. The dispute stems from the 2020 deposition of Sanusi II, his restatement in 2024, and the subsequent legal challenges to the repeal of restructuring of the emirate in Kano State. Both claimants continue to operate from separate palaces amid the ongoing standoff. The Supreme Court's decision to defer judgment means the leadership questions will remain unresolved for at least another year, with implications for traditional authority and governance in the state. The legal dispute involving former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology Uche Nnaji and the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, has moved toward an out-of-court settlement following renewed negotiations between the parties. At the Federal High Court in Abuja, counsel informed Justice Hawa Yewa that discussions were ongoing to resolve allegations surrounding the authenticity of academic and National Youth Service Corps certificates linked to the former minister. The matter, which emerged in 2025, had previously triggered controversy and legal arguments over jurisdiction and the release of academic records. It also contributed to Nnaji's exit from the Federal Executive Council. Justice Yewa has adjourned proceedings to July 8, 2026 for a status report on the outcome of the settlement discussions as parties seek an amicable resolution to the dispute. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government to arraign 6 suspects over 13-count charge on alleged plot to wage war against Nigeria. Inspector General of Police reorganizes police monitoring unit to strengthen discipline and efficiency. Coming up shortly, Abia State Governor unveils railway project as state pushes ahead with major infrastructure development drive. We'll be right back shortly.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. The Kebbi State government has launched a targeted education initiative aimed at reducing the number of out-of-school children in nomadic communities with the rollout of the Kauran Gwandu back-to-school program in Ndlea. The first phase of intervention enrolled 50 Fulani children who were formally integrated into the school system and provided with uniforms, school bags, and essential learning materials. Officials say the program is designed to address long-standing barriers to education among nomadic population, particularly language and mobility challenges, to support learning. The state has recruited teachers fluent in Fulfulde to ensure effective communication and inclusion in the classroom. Special advisor to the governor on student matters, Mohammed Majo, said the initiative goes beyond enrollment, stressing a long-term commitment to improving educational outcomes and welfare support for nomadic families. He noted that complementary interventions such as solar-powered boreholes and social support programs have already been deployed in communities. Traditional leaders, including the district head of Zauro, Alhaji Muhammad Mahediko, have commended the initiative, describing it as a critical step toward bridging Nigeria's rural education gap and strengthening civic participation among underserved populations. Health authorities in Jigawa State have intensified community sensitization following a confirmed Lassa fever outbreak in Babura local government area, which claimed one life and exposed several health workers to infection. The response is being coordinated by the State Public Health Emergency Operations Center in collaboration with UNICEF. Officials say the intervention also addresses suspected cases of cerebrospinal meningitis and diphtheria reported within the same locality, raising concern over multiple infectious disease threats in rural communities. Disease Surveillance and Notification Officer Sani Ibrahim confirmed that exposed health workers are currently under observation. At a sensitization event in Babura, residents were educated on early symptom detection and the importance of immediate reporting to health facilities to prevent further spread. Health experts stressed that timely response remains critical in reducing fatalities linked to infectious diseases. Preventive measures highlighted include strict hygiene practices, proper food storage, elimination of rodent infestation, and avoidance of bushmeat consumptions. Traditional leaders have pledged community-wide mobilization to ensure compliance and containment of the outbreak. The Abia State government has reaffirmed that its proposed railway and urban renewal projects in Umuahia form part of a broader infrastructure and economic development agenda aimed at modernizing the state's capital. Commissioner for Information Oke Kano disclosed this while briefing journalists after the State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Alex Oti. According to the government, discussions with the Nigerian Railway Corporation have reached advanced stages for the establishment of a modern train station strategically located near the Umuahia Central Bus Terminal. The project is expected to integrate rail transport with commercial and retail infrastructure to boost urban mobility. The state also confirmed plans to develop supporting road networks to improve connectivity within the capital, alongside wider transport reforms. As part of urban renewal efforts, traders are to be relocated from Isi Gate to the Afara Relief Market to facilitate redevelopment of key commercial corridors. Officials say these interventions are designed to reposition Umuahia as a modern administrative and economic hub with coordinated investments and transport, housing, and market infrastructure. The federal government's first sector reform agenda has gained momentum following new agreements with Ebonyi and Enugu states under the Presidential Power Initiative implemented through the FGN Power Company Limited. The collaboration is aimed at improving electricity supply by addressing transmission constraints and unlocking stranded generation capacity. A key project under the arrangement is the proposed Uwaji Obosi 330 kV double circuit transmission line, which authorities say will significantly enhance power delivery across the southeast. Ebonyi State described the project as critical to powering strategic infrastructure, including airports and healthcare facilities. In Enugu State, officials say the initiative aligns with government's smart city development strategy, which depends on stable and expanded electricity supply to support industrial growth and digital infrastructure. Both states have pledged support for land acquisition and security arrangements to ensure smooth project execution. FGN Power Company says the initiative targets an additional 4,000 megawatts to the national grid within 3 years as part of efforts to stabilize electricity supply and improve economic productivity nationwide. Implementation gaps have slowed Nigeria's transition to a decentralized electricity market nearly 3 years after the signing of the Electricity Act 2023, with 21 states yet to assume full regulatory control of their power sectors. The law was designed to allow states to regulate generation, transmission and distribution independently. According to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, only 15 states have completed the transition process, leaving the majority still under federal regulatory oversight. The commission maintains that decentralization remains key to addressing inefficiencies in the national grid system. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu has reiterated that state-level regulation is essential for improving electricity access, enabling local tariff structures and attracting targeted private investment. He warned that centralized control is no longer sustainable for a control of Nigeria's population size, and analysts caution that the late adoption is limiting infrastructure development, particularly in renewable energy and mini-grid expansion, as states like Lagos, Ogun, and Enugu move ahead with reforms, while others lag behind due to institutional and administrative constraints. Residents of Maya Olorijo Estate in Ikorodu, Lagos State, staged a protest on Monday over an 18-month power outage blamed on the removal of a faulty transformer that has not been replaced since January 2025. The demonstrators marched to the Ikeja Electric Business District in Aluba, demanding immediate restoration of electricity. Community leaders say the prolonged blackout has severely affected economic activities, with businesses forced to rely on generators amid rising fuel costs. They also raised concerns over increased insecurity due to prolonged darkness in the estate. Chairman of the Community Development Association, Victor Olowobo, described the situation as unbearable, noting that residents have exhausted patience after repeated assurances from the distribution company without tangible resolution. In response, Ikeja Electric officials apologized for the delay, attributing it to administrative and logistical challenges. The company assured residents that the matter had been escalated and that a replacement transformer would be installed once approvals are completed. Now in sports, Scottish club Rangers have reportedly placed a 20 million euros valuation on Nigerian international defender Emmanuel Fernandez amid growing transfer interest from top European clubs ahead of the summer window. The 24-year-old centre-back has enjoyed a standout debut season in Scotland. Fernandez has been linked with Premier League sides Arsenal and West Ham United following consistent performances that earned him a place in the Scottish Premiership team of the season. He has also contributed 6 goals in 28 appearances, enhancing his profile as a modern attacking defender. The player recently made his debut for the Super Eagles, marking the occasion with a goal in an international friendly against Jordan, further boosting his reputation on the global stage. Rangers are reportedly reluctant to sell, but may reconsider if their valuation is met. Clubs, including Ajax, are also monitoring the situation, with Rangers weighing a potential financial windfall against the sporting importance of retaining one of their key defenders ahead of potential European competition qualification. Now in entertainment, social media personality Bob Risky has sparked fresh debate online after issuing strong remarks advising women against engaging in physical confrontations over romantic relationships. In a series of posts, he urged women to prioritize self-respect and emotional stability over disputes involving unfaithful partners. He described such conflicts as unnecessary, arguing that individuals should disengage immediately once trust is broken rather than resort to violence or public confrontation. His comments framed relationships as choices that should not compromise personal well-being. Bobrisky also reiterated his stance on financial independence within relationships, stating that individuals should establish clear boundaries and agreements to protect personal assets and emotional interests. He emphasized walking away from unhealthy relationship without hesitation. The comments have generated mixed reaction across social media platforms, with supporters praising the emphasis on self-worth, while critics argue the framing of relationships as transactional oversimplifies emotional dynamics. And to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has instated a 13-count criminal charge before the Federal High Court in Abuja against 6 individuals over allegations of conspiracy to wage war against the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The defendants include retired Major General Mohammed Ghana, retired Naval Captain Erasmus Victor, Inspector of Police Ahmed Ibrahim, Zekeri Umoru, Bukagoni, and Abdulkader Sani. The prosecution also lists former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timipre Silva, as being alleged in connection with the case. According to the charge filed by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and signed by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Rotimi Oyedepo, the defendants are accused of conspiracy, terrorism-related offenses, treason, and failure to disclose critical security intelligence. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has approved a comprehensive restructuring of the Police Monitoring Unit in a move aimed at strengthening discipline, accountability, and operational efficiency within the Nigerian Police Force. The announcement was made by the Force Public Relations Officer, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Anthony Placid. Under the new structure, the monitoring unit is expected to function as a proactive oversight mechanism, focusing on intelligence-led inspections and real-time monitoring of police officers across all commands and formations nationwide. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has unveiled plans for the development of a modern railway infrastructure project in Umuahia as part of his administration's broader infrastructure renewal agenda. The announcement was made by the State Commissioner for Information, Mr. Oke Kano, during a briefing after the State Executive Council meeting. According to the state government, discussions with the Nigerian Railway Corporation have reached an advanced stage for the establishment of a new railway station to be located near the Umuahia Central Bus Terminal. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030433710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon, and it is a special day and special afternoon for my view out there, the people of Enugu and my beautiful Nigerians. How are you guys doing today? It's very cozy. I mean, very cozy, bright, and the future has a lot for you. And we, myself, and my people here, we have a lot for you. We have interesting gist group on the Vice Central. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka I don't know if I should say red pepper, but today I appeal to be blue pepper because I want to, spice up your day with some amazing entertainment gist. But before I delve into my gist for today, I'm going to introduce Nwamarama. I call her Ugochi. Ugomachiku. Agoma, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm good.
I don't know why the bedroom voice.
Good.
Why the bedroom voice? What's happening?
You're asking for why is the bedroom? Because you want to continue from where you stopped yesterday.
What is happening? Why the bedroom voice on me?
Nothing is happening.
I'm not your dog.
I'm just here feeling so down.
Why are you feeling down?
I'm feeling down based on what I saw today, which is not really good at all. I came across a video on WhatsApp. Some people, 16 passengers were kidnapped in Benin Express. I think they were heading to Lagos or so. I think I heard that the driver wanted to make a U-turn, like he wanted to run away and reverse or something like that. He got shot, killed in the process. So the passengers were taken inside the bush. They were taken into the bush. So I'm just like, I've been going through my mind, like I've been wondering what could be the fate of those
Nigerians out there.
Yes, what could be their fate? What if someone begins to menstruate over there, like a lady is there? What if there's a pregnant woman amongst them? Like, it's so
like I always say, may Nigeria not happen to so many people out there. But anyway, I just want to cheer you up with some special gist,
cheer me up,
it's
I'm traumatized.
Don't be, because on my show there's nothing like traumatization. We just have to make merry and feel happy. We just have to get in the cruise and be
happy about.
A lot of it that you are alive. You are happy.
Yeah, I'm happy that I'm alive, but there are people who are not rejoicing like me.
Yeah, but in this life, people must just die. Some people have to die. Some people will just have to die a day.
Have to. No.
Nobody should.
Be in such
There's something that is inevitable in this life.
I know it is inevitable, but this kidnapping case is inevitable. It needs to be stopped. We need security personnel. I don't know why we have these security people all over here. They are doing what they're not asked to do. Like, they're not carrying their tasks, their work perfectly. They're not carrying well.
So there are so many
places where they are meant to be mounted, looking out for people, kidnappers. We need a lot of security in this state, this country as a whole.
So Nigerians, you viewer out there, you just have to be careful and just do yourself the good thing that you have to do yourself. That's just to always pray and be safe out there. As for we, the people of Aneke, we just have to wish you well. So I want to ask you, how do you feel about Real Worry Pikin, the comedian Real Worry Pikin? So she has a daughter. She alleged that she is adopted daughter. No, people are seeing her, flaunting her, going out of the country to UK, and taking her as her own daughter. What do you feel about the kind gesture shown to the little girl that is now full-fledged young lady, grown?
Okay, first off, the whatever gesture she's getting right now, she deserves it. Besides, she was adopted in place of a child. Maybe they might have adopted her when they had no babies.
No, they had.
Okay, they had. Okay, for them to adopt her, they want her to be their own child. So she supposed to be treated as such, like their own blood.
So
you don't adopt a child and start mistreating her. She deserves all the treatment.
So we have seen so many situations where so many people adopt children,
yes,
and at the same time, you know, treat them wrongly and not give them opportunity and time privilege to, you know, feel loved and beloved. So at that point, what do you say to fellow women who treat other people's kids as brats?
So that means the person who adopts such children just to mistreat them actually had the motive of mistreating them.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why you will go there, adopt a child, and not treat them as your own child. That's the priority. That's the reason why you adopt.
Maybe most of them adopt children in wait for their own children. Maybe when they have their own kids, they begin to
they will change.
Yeah, they begin to maltreat them. So let's just a very big kudos to them.
Child,
yeah,
not just adopted child, even the one you picked up as the
popularly the one we call maids.
Yeah, please do not take anyone's child in just to maltreat them. Please.
Yes.
If you know you're not gonna live with that child, if you know that whatever attitude the child is portraying is not according to you, you don't like it, please take that child back to his or her parents. Don't be an abuser, because that's child abuse.
Yes, that's actually
even
child
those
abuse.
Parents giving out their little kids to go is an abuse.
It's an abuse.
I don't say it. If you know you don't have the facility, the money, the funds, the finance to, train your kids, to nurture them into what they're supposed to be, don't give birth. Don't marry when you know you don't have the facility, you don't have the money to.
So the video, looked at Taylor and said, "Oh yeah, I agreed to be part of you." So Taylor looked at what happened last night and was, praising the video, and she told him that he's bigger than people say, and he's the only artist that will drop an album and have over 10 hit songs in the album. Tyler kept, blushing and finally begged Davido to do a short video with her to promote her song. Davido didn't refuse. Tyler knows, despite winning the Grammy, she's not closer to Davido in terms of influence and longevity and hits. Davido is truly a big, artist.
Will he say no before?
No, he can actually say it's a request.
He wouldn't say no because you don't want whereby the world says, oh, because you didn't win this Grammy, because Tyler collected it from you, that's the reason why you're declining her offer.
No, but
yeah, he just has to. Okay. Yeah, Davido is a good person, but he just has to. He wouldn't say no to an offer. He also promoting himself as well to the world. So I would like to see a collabo of two of them.
Yeah,
it's massive.
Yeah, very massive. Nasboy reveals that there is nothing more painful than marrying a lady knowing she was once intimate with this person or that person, to know say this person don't do 1 or 2 with your babe and you went ahead to marry her and she's being passed down to you.
That's not the same way you were being passed
and then
down.
He said young people need to practice abstinence if they want to marry one day.
Nasboy, the same way you were being passed down, okay? There's a girl out there who broke your heart, who passed you down to another lady. So we are being passed down, okay?
I'm not.
No, both male and female are being passed down. So, okay, for the fact that you feel the same way someone is passing his own sister, don't you have a sister?
Hey,
of course you do. So the same way someone has passed down your sister, the same way someone passed down your mom to your dad, the same way you were passed down.
I was not passed down.
No, he was passed down.
I was not passed down.
He was passed down. So what he's trying to say is that, let me just accord this. What he's trying to say, maybe the person who slept with the girl, he knows the person. Okay, maybe he's a friend of his. As long as you don't know the person, whether you know the person or you don't know the person, marriage, you will still marry the person as long as he's your taste. The girl is your taste, the guy is your taste.
So
that's what you want.
Have you heard about this online controversy between Gege and his family? Accusing him of being a stingy man.
Yeah, I came across it yesterday or thereabouts.
So you don't reach your family.
He said he has kids. Like he has one. Let me say whether he said like 2 or 3. Yeah. Forget that thing that Gege is in. You just they use now they catch crew. You may, if you like, follow Gege. Gege gets his own reality. He just making money out of you guys. He's
and he knows what to tell the public for them to listen.
Just get you guys engaged. Okay, when it comes to being support, family should support each other, but I don't think anyone should feel entitled over one's money.
Yeah.
Okay, I tell that to everyone. If they want to give you, they will give you. For the fact that you're your blood, they ought to support, quite alright, but don't feel you have to relax because the other person is making the money. Your elder brother is having the money, or your younger ones have the money. You feel entitled. Yes, you have to help me. You have to give me that money. Yes. Did you hustle that money with them?
No.
Yeah. He will give you if he wants to give you. Don't feel entitled over someone's hard-earned money. He worked for it, so you get on with it too.
So we have Miss Lagos, Damiela Blonde, has been declared Miss International Nigeria 2026 after a close contest final against Genevieve Otaktu, Miss Anambra. So she was announced the winner. Excitement brought emotions, and people were just applauding her for being outstanding. Yeah.
It's Miss Yoruba, right?
Yeah, Damiela, former first runner-up at Miss Universe.
Wow.
Nigeria 2025, who represented Nigeria at the global pageant in Japan. Now she's Miss. Yeah, she's currently Miss International Nigeria 2026.
Oh my goodness, I'm so proud of you, girl. Like, I love the fact that she didn't give up. I didn't win it over there, I'm gonna win it. Like, I must carry this crown.
Yeah.
Wow, she really was determined. Okay, she knew what she wants and she went for it. She's actually a go-getter. Girl, I'm so proud of her. And she has it. Like, she deserves the crown.
Oh, chocolate
that
beauty.
does not mean that the rest are not pretty enough. But I don't think this pageantry stuff is being judged based on beauty. I think it's being judged based on character, what you can offer.
Yes.
So it's not about your fine face and all that. But there's a potential. She has this potential, okay?
And people are just
the
watching
attributes.
So, Mr. P said he's no longer celebrating his birthday on 18th of November. Now he's officially shifting his own personal date to 30th of November. So he's no more, celebrating birthday with his twin brother. Now he has his own personal, thing to celebrate. And just like people don't believe that Christ was born on 25th, when I go believe say he was born on 30th. So that's just it. And it has just been rigging.
Their birthday is 18th November, right?
Yes.
So he shifted it to 30th to celebrate it, right?
Yeah, his own. Just his
he has his reasons. Some people always like, when they say their birthday is today, they'll celebrate it in another day, maybe another week. So he has his reason. That's his life. If he decides not to celebrate his birthday again with his brother, that's his own cup of tea. Though I love them. I love them both together. I don't like the controversy between them. I don't like the basketballs going on between the both brothers because they are twins. They ought to be together.
So have you ever experienced this? So, a lady called XX Elizabeth said, my baby brother has been on call with a girl since 9 p.m. And he said he hung up and called another girl immediately.
This your brother now shower. I showered your brother.
Have you ever experienced it?
Experienced it
with someone like a brother, a cousin?
Nope. I haven't.
Okay, let me say the experience I'm talking about. You having been on call with one brother, immediately you drop call, you call another brother.
Yes.
Really? You're such a player.
I'm not a player. I'm not a player, guys. I'm just a lover girl.
You're just a lover girl. Double dating.
It works with me. It's like if it works between me and the other one, it might not work with me and the other.
I'm trying to play safe.
I might not actually be interested in the other one. I might just be maybe just a stalking stage. And maybe the person just talking to me.
Really?
Something came out. I decided to call them back. That doesn't. But it's so stressful being double dating.
So
it's stressful.
there are women that have up to 10, 20 men at a go.
Now use now. They use them the past time. Not like they actually, maybe they might not actually have intimacy with those 10 men. They might be benefiting from both of them, like each person. Like benefiting from all of them, right? Yeah. That doesn't mean they can be, but there's a particular person whom they love so much.
Okay.
It's even in men. Men could have like 20 girlfriends, but this particular person who touches their heart, who like their heart throb. So it's both ways. It's not just
both ways.
it's both ways, right?
Let's believe that it's both ways.
But it's mainly men.
You think so? Is a man something?
Yes, men that does that mostly. You could hardly see ladies do that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure.
Very sure.
I am very sure. Oh, you want to start my short? You know we have an unfinished conversation. Okay, we all okay.
Don't take me to cloud nine. A lot of people have just been asking me curiously, throwing up some questions and saying, who is this girl that's tracking down on men? Thank you for standing up on us. Did I actually stand up for them?
Yeah.
I actually did. Did I?
Yeah.
No, I actually did not think I actually stood up for them.
For men or women?
For men. I was in support. I was telling you that...
You stood up for them, supporting them, like you stood up for them. Right?
But did I actually do it with my full heart, or did I,
For lifestyle, your heart. Because the intent you use, you used your whole heart. Like, it's as if you wanted to, yes, men need this. Because you're talking about us understanding men yesterday, right? So try to understand their needs and all that. So you really did
this conversation.
Support them.
We are not going to take it because it will take us to cloud 20 this point. Because I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to ask you tomorrow.
All right. No
so make up your mind. Come with your ammunition. Come with anything you can to defend your
Tinubu.
gender. If not,
I'm coming with Tinubu.
I give up. So thank you, Uma, for being always active and always giving us these basketballs, which we like the ginger the swagger. It's a very big comeback, and giving the people what they need to hear, because so many people are actually rooting. So is this fine girl out there? No, go girl. So many people are rooting, for you. So many women are rooting for you. So this girl knows what she wants, but especially today, I am thanking you for always doing this with me. I'm also thanking my viewer out there for always watching, listening, and always sending their comments, and always following us on Aneke TV. Keep the comment coming on our officials, on Aneke TV, on all our social. Keep it coming. Thank you. We love you. And Uma, what do you have to say to the people of Enugu?
I just want to say thank you for having me here again once more. We'll do this tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Same time. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. How I get one of the Quaza and I am what you Kukaku Emma. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emma, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Emma. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Kozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Akes, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you what I
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ekene gị daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV, ebe ndị nne, ụmụada, ụmụ nwanyị ebe anyị na-akparịkọta. Ọ pụtakwa na ndị ụmụ nwoke ada esonyela anyị maka asị na ụmụ nwanyị bụ unu, ụmụ nwoke bụ isi. Ya bụ ụmụ nwoke sokwe na ihe a na-eme. Mana nke taa anyị bụ ndị ụmụ nwanyị chọrọ ịkpa nkata gbasatala anyị. O nwere ihe gbasatala ụmụ nwoke na nke taa. Abụ m Ngozi Otahumele, dịka anyị si eme ọ bụ ọnụ sọsọ m na-eji ikwu okwu maka na ihe anyị na-eji ikwu tata abụrụ okwu ofu onye ga-ekwu. Ọ ihe gbasatala ụmụ nwanyị ndị isi ikpe, ụmụ nwanyị ụmụ ndị a na-akpọ ndị nwunye Jizọs, ndị Jizọs ji aka n'aka na-aga. Mgbe ọbụla Jizọs na-aga ọkpọ ha n'aka na-aga otu nsi afụ ha. Ndị Jizọs kwụ n'azụ, ndị Jizọs nọ n'iru, nọrọ n'akụkụ na-abụ. Daalụ dịka ị na-esonyela anyị. Ndị mụ na ha nọ n'izu a na-eji itinye ọnụ n'okwu okwu dalụ ụda maka na oge ụfọdụ ifu ihe na-eme n'obodo ị na-ajụ onwe gị ihe a na-eme mmadụ ọnọkwa ya. Akachacha mmegide ụfọdụ a na-emegide ụmụ nwanyị ndị isi ikpe, ndị di ha na-anọ ọzị maka ọha bụ ndị isi ikpe. Nya bụ na ihe anyị na-eji n'anya, kedu ọlụ gị nwa kwesịrị ịlụ, kedu ọlụ m kwesịrị ịlụ, kedu ọlụ obodo kwesịrị ịlụ, akachacha obodo kedu ihe anyị kwesịrị ime. Maka oge ụfọdụ ifu ebe nwanyị isi ikpe nọ, mmadụ ekunie chọọ ịnarị anị ya, chọọ ịnarị ya ihe gbasara ihe bụ nke maka na onye ahụ chee na o nwere ọnụ ga-ekwu. Mgbe ụdị ha na-eme, kedu ihe obodo kwesịrị ime. Onye ka anyị na-eji itinye ọnụ na nke tata. Ndị mụ na ha nọ na nke tata bụ ndị Kevikral Foundation, ndị na-anụ ọgụ maka ndị nwunye Jizọs, ndị na-anụrụ ndị ụmụ nwanyị ndị na-enwero onye na-ekwuchite ha ọnụ. Onye du ha wee bịa wee bụrụ onye guzobelu, ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọ sị nọ executive director stroke founder Kevikral. Ọ ga-akakwana mma na ịkọwa otu ụlọ ọfụma na ọlụ na-alụ. Onye ka m na-ekwu maka wee bụrụ ambassador pastor Kate Izuora obodo Ekwe. Anyị na-asị gị daalụ na nke ụbọchị tata.
Daalụ rinne ezigbo onye ndu Ngozi Otahumele.
Daalụ maka isonyela anyị. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ wee bụrụ Chioma Ijeoma, o so na ndị Kevikral Widows Foundation. Anyị na-asị gị daalụ maka isonyela anyị.
Ayọma daalụ nne, obi dị m ụtọ na nzukọ a ihibere iji na-enyere ụmụ nwaanyị aka na-agbasa ozi n'ụwa niile ka a na-afọ ọnọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agabiga. asị Chukwu ngozi gị imena.
Daalụ rinne. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọkwa na nke tata wee bụrụ onye sokwa ekpokọta ọbụlụ ndị oyibo sị na coordinator o wee bụrụ Julie Onya. Anyị na-asị gị daalụ na isonyela anyị.
Daalụ obi dị m ụtọ na ebe a n'ụtụtụ ka anyị kpalụ ntamafụfụ akaja ihe dị iche iche ndị di ha nwụnarị na-agabiga n'obodo nke a ga-esi wee nyelụ ha aka ịgabiga ihe ike ndị a niile. Daalụ nwanne m.
Daalụ rinne. M ga-abịa ebe ị nọ Ambassador Kate Izuora dịka onye mkpokobere otu a onwe ihe ibu n'obi maka ọtụtụ mgbe onwe ndị ị ga-afụ ha na-eti ha na-ebe onwere onye inye aka. Kedu ihe ibu n'obi wee kpokobe otu a?
Daalụ rinne nnukwu ada Ngozi Otakumere. Ife m bụ n'obi wee kpokọta otu a bụ na ama na ndị nwunye Jizọs afa na-ata afụfụ rinne nke mụnwa bụkwa nwunye Jizọs na ya nwaanyị isi mkpe and ife nya ife na-enye m obi ọma obi ọnwụ enyelụ ndị mmadụ aka maka na ikwu enyelụ ndị mmadụ aka feche na ịdọbala ego niile dị n'ụwa ka ewe nyelụ ya bụ aka mana ife m bụ n'obi wee kpakọta ndị nwunye Jizọs a wee bido ya bụ foundation Kefika Widows Foundation bụ ka anyị ji ka aka ọnụ ka gwanuo ọnụ anyị ka famalụ na ndị nwunye Jizọs ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe na anyị na-edi ife rinne ka fa gbakwutela anyị ọsọ enyemaka ka amalụ ka e ga-esi maka na ndị Igbo si na anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgba ụfụfụ ama ka e ga-esi wee jikọ aka ọnụ wee fụ na ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe adatazi afụfụ na ndị emegidezi fa n'obodo na ndị emegide fa n'ezinụlọ na nwere ebe a na-emegidezi fa ka enyelụfa aka.
Daalụ rinne. Tupu enyegodo anyị obere azụ ofu ma ịbụa ụdị ihe ịfụrụ a na-eme ha maka ọtụtụ mgbe ịma na asị na onye gba akpụkpọ ụkwụ ma ebe ọ na-afụ ya ụfụ onye nọrọ n'akụkụ ọsị gịnịkwa nke a na-eme ha amafụ ihe a na-eme ha mana ọtụtụ ihe ka ha na-agabiga. Tụnyegodo anyị azụ otu ma ịbụa ihe ịfụrụ iji wee sị na ị ga-eso wee nụọ ọgụ a.
Daalụ rinne. Ife ụmụ nwaanyị ajadu na-agabiga karị ọbụrụ ofu ọbụrụ ebe ọbụrụ ịtọ mana m ga-ejepụta ebe na bugogodo ofu ma ịbụọ nwaanyị ndị enwunarịrị kama ndị obodo ga-enyere aka maọbụ ndị ụmụnna ka rapụgodo ndị obodo ndị famili egodo ga-enyere aka ọfanwa ndị be di anwa in particular bụ ife ga-agba mbọ na-anụso nwaanyị ọgụ fasịrịa ka ekuchie ya nwanne die ka o kuchie asị anya nke kasị njọ bụ na nwaanyị di enwunarịrị n'ogodo na uju nọ na pains apụtasị anya na onye nwagburu di ya maọbụ ma ọ bụrụ ebie ya anyị efu na asị na onye gburu di ya agwụọ ozu arụ asị anwụọ mmiri ozu ma nụkwa na anwalụ chemicals eji wee na-edebe ozu bụlụgodo mmiri na-adịrị ọcha ka mmadụ nwụrụ iwu nrili bụ na ọ ga-enye nsogbu n'afọ ya bụrụ ozi a nke na ọ nwụrụ mmiri eji wee nwụọ ozu arụ kedu ife a na-eme expect na onwere ife ọ ga-eme na arụ ya bụ nwaanyị ọ nwere ka o si megide nwaanyị wee tibepụ asị na efu na ọnya nwa whereas no mmiri ajọ mmiri ejiri sọsọ echiche nkịtịgodo kịta na-ekwugodo enwe ka o si eme m n'arụ asị nwaanyị nwụọ na-ekwu ka a na-ekwu asị na oge dị na ebe ozu dọ for how many days ka e wee malụ ma bụ ma ọ bụrụ onye mgbu ife a na-eme anyị abụrụ ofe ọ bụrụ ịbụa na-ekwukwa ka na-ekwu nwaanyị ịfụkwa na di enwunarịrị analị anị die achọpịa n'ụlọ die asị anya n'alị ụmụaka na-enu fa achọkwalụ ka ọ dị ndụ ka ọ bụ na ọ dịrọ ndụ nwaanyị anọlụ n'iru uju oge ọbụla efu nwaanyị ka ọ na-aga n'ụzọ ọ na-ewu ya smiles mama na efe ọ na-agabiga n'ime
karịrị
just like you say na onye yi akpụkpọ ma ebe ọ na-afịa ụfụ.
Daalụ rinne. Ọtụtụ ihe anyị metụrụ aka ọ na-abụ nnọrụ n'echie ana m ajụ kedu onwe ihe ụmụ nwaanyị mere iche o ji wee bụrụ ha nwa nwoke gaa na ebe a na-enyi nwunye ya ọ balansị ya nwere onwe ya ọfụma
ikekwa ya nwaanyị
anọrị ya n'akụkụ ya a na-asịkwa ụmụ nwoke ka nwụọ nwunye ya arụ n'ozu ka ọ nwụọ mmiri ya ọ nwaanyị bụ ihe ọ nwaanyị ga-akpụ isi ọ nwaanyị bụ ihe ga-eyi afọ ọcha asị na ọ na-eru uju nwoke a na-agagharịrị onwe ya ka anyị dobe nke a bụ nkata maka mbọsị ọzọ ọ bụrụ onye nwe ọsị na afọ anọda de ka ndị ebe nọ Chioma ine n'anya n'obodo anyị ụdị ihe okwu kịta anụnwa ọ dị gị ka ndị obodo a na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime?
Ha na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime maka ọ bụ na ha na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpa ma nọ n'afụfụ because nwaanyị isi mkpa ọbụla nwụrụnụ ụmụnne di ya like mụnwa m ga-ejikwa onwe m example since di m nwụrụ ndị mụ na ha nụrụ dị ajụdị m aya na-aga aga ya na nana akpọbedi na fon si gị ha wayo ka a mara na edekwa gị na ụmụaka kedu ka ụmụ na dị ndụ na nwụrụ ụfọdụ ezi ikwu eziokwu ihe ndị ọzọ banye adịwa so ha dị emepe maka a na-asa na amara ụlọ mmasị n'ụlọ pụọ n'ama ọ ndị ebe ahụ ị gara ije di ga na-akpọ ajụ ese mara ka unu mere bifo ndị obodo wee tinyewezie aka so ha dị eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime.
Daalụ. Ka m bịa ebe nọ coordinator Julie, kedu ihe anyị na-ene anya na ndị obodo kwesịrị ime? Kedu ihe ahụ anyị na-atụ anya bụ ihe ha kwesịrị ha mee ọnọdụ a ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị isi ikpe na-agabiga ọ dịka ọ ga-ebenete maka isi na ha ncha niile ga-apụcha abụchara eziokwu?
Daalụ nwanne m. Dịka ndị kwuburu si wee kwuo n'ihe ụmụ nwaanyị di ha nwụnarị na-agabiga erika. Onye nke kwucha kịta wee na-asị na ndị obodo adịghị eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime iji wee nyere ụmụ nwaanyị a aka bikos ụfọdụ n'ime ha ga-anọ ihe a na-eme kama ha ga-agbata ọsọ enyemaka nye ụmụ nwaanyị a esonye ọ nwanne di n'obi nso ga-apụ jesi ha gwakwanụ ha jedenu nwoke nwanne m nwoke nwere ego ọ nọ n'ụlọ na taụn o nwere ego na akaụntụ jekwanụ ka unu napụta ya nwaanyị a nke anwa nọdụ n'akụkụ ma alụba ọfụma oke anwa nọ n'ụlọ ejeba ndị ọzọ na nwanne ya nwoke akpago elicha si jụba nwaanyị a in fact arụrụ anyị na nwoke anwụ agbalụ nwụrụ nwanne ha ahụ dị nso kwesịrị ichekwata nwaanyị a n'ụbalị ọgụ nsogbu ndị a na-anụsi ọgụ bụ ihe ga-ebu ụzọ gbaba n'ime ụlọ je chọkwa checkbook the man chọba documents landed property whatever ha kwesịrị protect the woman the widow mana ha ga-apụ nyelu ndị ozi aka nye ha areas ha ga-esi wee lụso nwaanyị ọgụ so ndị obodo ahụ ga-enyela aka maka ọ bụrụ na ha na-enye ihe ga-eme bụ nwaanyị a di ya nwụnarị ewele nyelu ya aka ndị na-abịa ịnapụ ihe a na-egbochi ya na-ekpuchi ya because ọ mụrụ ụmụ enwere ụmụaka ọ ga-eji ihe ndị a wee so ya nwa kwesịkwara ịdị ndụ nke ya mana ndị ga-enyela aka ichekwaba nwaanyị a bụ ndị na-apụta gbaa ya n'anwụ so ọ bụrụ na ndị obodo na-eme ha kwesịrị ime ha ga na-anọgide n'ọlụ nwaanyị di ya nwụrụ nso na-anọli ọgụ na-ekpuchi ya na-ekwuchitelu ya ọnụ ya nke a ga-akụchi ya ga-akụchi ya ọ bụrụ iwu mana ọkwa nwanne di gị kwesịrị ikpuchi gị bụ ihe ga-apụta zọba na ya ga-akụchi nwaanyị o jekọba ndị obodo ka ha bịa nyere ya aka zọbịa gosi gị na ọkwa iwu na omenala ha na ka ndị be ha si eme ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ gị mma na ị ga-anakwa.
Biko pastọ dịka onye ozi Chineke bụrụkwa nwunye Jizọs nkuchi ọ bụ iwu?
Ọ bụrụ ọfụ iwu, nkuchi abụrụ iwu. Ebe nkuchi aka dị mma bụ ọ bụrụ na nke nwoke ya bụ nwanne di ahụ aka nụrụ nwunye maka ebe ọ na-adị njọ bụ na ọ nwegokwa nwunye mụta ụmụ ọ na-achọkwa nwaanyị ọ na-akụchi. Ọ bụrụ na nwanne di ahụ aka nụrụ nwunye mụta ụmụ den nwunye nwanne ya nwoke nwanne ewee kweta ji n'obi ekweta sị na ọ chọrọ nke a dị iche. Mana ịbịa iwelu gbado nwaanyị si na iwu megidekwa na ị ga-akụchie ọ dịrọ mma. Ọ dịrọ mma maka na ọ dị against the word of God. Even di mmadụ na di gị nọ ndụ kịta gị na di gị anọdụ ivu na okwu Chukwu dịpụ dị against na di gị ga-agba na di mmadụ ga-agbagide nwunye si na iwu bụ na ya na ya ga-emekọ ma ya bụrụ ozi onye na-abụrụ di gị ọ pụta sị gị na iwuli megidelu na ọ ga-akụchi gị ọ dịrọ mma ncha ncha.
Daalụ. Nke a bụ ka anyị wee ghọta maka ọtụtụ n'ime anyị ụfọdụ a na-asị nkuchi ọ dịka a na-emelụ nwaanyị ihe ọma ka anapụ ibu alụ anụ nwa
ụfọdụ ya kpuchikwa nwa kwesịrị a na-emelụ nwaanyị ụmụaka n'afụfụ dị n'enyi
mgbe ụfọdụ nkuchi a bụkwa afọ na o nwere ihe dị nwaanyị kpakọna ka ha wee
nkuchi nwanụ danyeza n'ogbugbu
ihe niile biko si akụchine onye ọbụla na ọrụ onwe ya nwaanyị taba afụfụ dịgharị anụ na-abịa ebe nọ ambasadọ Kate o nwee ihe nchọ ịjụ ịma anyị pụta anya na-ena ịma na asị na ewu enwe n'igwe na agụụ na-egbu ya anyị na-ene anya ihe obodo ga-eme ọ na-adị m ka ọ n'ọtụtụ obodo amarọ ihe ha kwesịrị ime unu nwa bụ ndị NGO na-anụ ọgụ anụnwa onwe kunu si ebulu ozi a abakwute ụfọdụ ndị obodo bikọs ọtụtụ ije ọha sị gị na ya makwa na ya ma dị ihe na-aga afụgo m ebe a sị na achọghị na nwaanyị anị ya elekweri ana asị na eji egwa igwe sị na onwekwa onye gwara ya na ụdị ha na ya anụtụbedị ndị ụfọdụ na-asị na ọ dị gị ka onwere otu unu ga-esi wee nụọ ọgụ a ka ụfọdụ obodo wee malụ ọlụ ha.
Ka m bidogodo with na onye igwe ọbụla sị na ọ marọ na ife dị otu a na-eme biko fagba ya alụfa mana m ga-asịkwa na ọ nwere ntụ na awịwọ dịkwa na ya maka o nwere ife na-eme n'obodo igwe m ga-asị na ọ marọ nwere ka ọ yala ịnụgodo kepụ na ife dị otu a na-eme mana ka o si na-adị anyị na-abagasị ma n'ime obodo jee na-agbasa ya bụ ozi ndị oyibo na-akpọ create awareness because e ga-ebugodo ụzọ nwaanyị amalụgodo nwaanyị dị enwunarị amarịla ife bụ right ya ọ mara ife bụ na ọ kwesịrị ikwupụta because ọ bụrụ na ikwupụtara ama mma anyị na-agakwa na-echekwa na-evu ndị igwe niile anwa anyị ejego ifu most of them ya gwakọwakwalụfa na anyị bụkwa ndị dị otu a na anyị bụkwa ndị na-enyelu ndị nwunye Jisọs aka nekwana enwekwala nwunye Jisọs dị otu a butekwala anyị ikpe si na a na-achọkwa ịnali anya ọ nwekwa nke anyị jegoro ma mkpa afọ anya bụ ebe for security reasons ọ bụrụkwa nwa ya bụ nwunye Jisọs na onwe ya na nsogbu wee na-enye ya bụ nwunye Jisọs nsogbu na-analị ife nne ya dị edebele ya na nwunye ya
nwa ọ mụtakwa n'afọ
ndị obodo makwa maka ya mana efe kwuru okwu amara nwaanyị mana anyị jekwala iji ya n'ọgụ dị n'enyi ya
nụtakwa ihe na ya
nụta ife na ya because na anyị jiri anyị dị ejesa anyị n'ime ya bụ Kevikwa Widows Foundation anyị nwekwazị alụ ndị anyị na-akpọ legal practitioners bụfọdụ ndị sokwa anyị ọ ga-abụ ọnwa ife dịkwa anyị nke anyị ma na-ekwute nwulu n'ọnụ anyị fesolukwa anyị wee jee ya bụ njem
maka ọha na-asị epụta itoyu
yes
ekwutu onye tụrụ otu o kwesịrị onwe ezinụlọ ọsọ bụ onye ọbụla n'ụkwụ daalụ gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị ama m na nkata anyị na-adaba ka o si wee kwesị ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ihe obodo kwesịrị ime ọ bụkwa ka anyị na-ene anya na ọsọsọ obodo na-eme gị nwa kedu ihe ị kwesịrị ime ifu ka a na-emegide nwaanyị isi mkpe ị na-etinye ọnụ na ya ka ị na-eme na ọ gbasara gị ọ gbasara gị taata o nwee ike echi ọ gbasara gị o metụtara gị o metụta onye nke gị ka anyị ṅụọ mmiri ọ bụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatị ụkwụ anyị nachita azụ nkata anyị a na-aga n'iru daalụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ihe obodo kwesịrị ime iji wee megide ụfọdụ ihe a na-eme emegide nwaanyị isi mkpe maka na di ya nọzi ịnụgo n'enunu ọ bụrụ na o nwere nke ị na-eme na-adịrọ mma wepụ aka na ya nna bịa ebe n'ọzọ Ambassador Kate kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka nwaanyị isi mkpe ọ na-achọ ka obodo merie kedu ihe bụ ihe ahụ bụ mkpe ya dịka onye yi akpụ ụkwụ anụnwa so ebe ọ na-afụ ụkwụ kedu ihe na-ene anya na obodo kwesịrị ịdị na-emelụ ha
ife ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe na-ene anya ka obodo na-emelụ fa bụ nwaanyị ka fa na-enyelụ fa aka ka akpagbudebegodu fa n'obodo ka ndị be di nalụdebe fa anị nalụdebe fa ego nalụdebe fa ma ife na-ekwu bụ maka ndị di fa nwee ike wee kpata nwa ego ka ndị ụmụ nwanne di nalụdebe fa maka na okwu na aka ejiro ndị be ụmụ nwanne di anwa
na-eche nke onye ọzọ kpata
mgbe ya na di na-ata afụfụ na-akpata ya bụ ego anwa edebe fa nọ maka na fa nwere ụmụ fa ga-azụ fanwa na onwe fa bụ ndị nwunye Jizọs a nwere nne fanwa ga-elikwazi nri na-elekwa onwe fa anya na-azụ ụmụaka ọzọ dị ka ibe bụrụkwa ka ndị obodo nyere aka ya bụ nkuchi a ka ọ benata ka ọ bee ncha ncha ka ekuchidebe n'ọfụ maka na ọ na-ele isi na-abụ anwego ebe anyị nọkwalụ na nke kuchilu ya bụ nwunye Jizọs a nwaanyị isi mkpa anwa kpagbukata nwaanyị nwoke na-alarụ ụla na ya sokwu na-eje buru mmiri ọkụ rugbuo nwoke ebe ọ na-alarụ ụla ya rapụrụ nkuchi a na-ekuchi na ọ bụrụ iwu onye ọ dị mma n'obi onye ọ sọrọ omee
onye ahụ achọrọ onye ga-ekuchi
ndị anwa na-enwerekwa difa na-arapụrụla efe na-enwere ya aka ọrụ ka ndị obodo gbakọtakwanụ nyere aka ka a zụọ ụmụaka ọ ife ndị oyibo na-akpọ scholarship abịa nwere kọmuniti pụtara kịta ma na-enwere mmadụ ịtọ ịnọ ji ego na ya maka ebe ọ na-ewute narị bụ na ife niile ifuru ji ego anwa na-enyepụrụ ndị nwunye Jizọs aka nwaanyị ajajụ aka ụmụfa na-agagharị n'ụzọ buru mmiri n'isi na-agagharị na a na-ele pure water ga-abụ ịpụta na ụlọ ụka ma ebe dị iche iche a na-asị ana m edoneti 1 million ana m edoneti 10 million ụfọdụ n'ime fa nwekwa ndị nwaanyị isi mkpe nọkwa n'akụkụ fa ka obodo tinye anya na ya ka anyị ka ọma mmiri ọnụ ka ọ gba ụfụfụ ka mmalụ ka e ga-esi nyelụ fa aka ọ nwere ife a na-akpọ skill acquisition training nke anyị ka mepụkwara ụbọchị a mmadụ na-abịa ịtọ nọkọtasị ka ngwa ka etikọ aka ọnụ ka ejikọ ego ọnụ ka afọ na ndị nwunye Jizọs anọ n'obodo a na-enwere ifefa na-eme ka asịfa ngwa kedu aka ọrụ unu ga-amụsị mmụọ enyezi afọ obele ego kefa wee bido maka onwere ife dịka maka na Kevikra Widows Foundation anyị bilivu na si kụziela anyị ka esi akụ azụ ka ejiri aka anyị na-akụ azụ ọ bụrụ enye anyị azụ taa ya ọgụkwa anyị abịakwa ọzọ ikezi ịbịa ọzọ akpalịba anyị nọfuchi na anyị kọba ka mkpali a na-anata na eji anyị eme-edi so ka ọ bụ na obodo ga-enyere aka asị ngwa na obodo dị otu a na ndị ji ego nọ na ya lụpụtara anyị ife a na-akpọ skill acquisition center enwe na ebe dị iche iche onye ọbụla eje mụtaba ife ọ ga-alụ maka na ọnwụ na enwere aka ọrụ abụ na ụfọdụ adịrịsị ngwasị kuchie mama ya bụrụ
na nne na-abata
ụfọdụ na-afọ ụfọdụ ndị kuchi ife akwụrụ ya ile ụfọdụ akwụrapụ ụmụaka na-agaghịrị n'ogbe fa na-eso ya elezi ụmụ nwoke na-agaghịrị adịghị enwevido nwakwa ifefa chetakwa n'enyi ya ụfọdụ ebute ọya anya ụfọdụ egbu efe egbu n'enyi ya
daalụ Chioma ama m na onwe ihe ị ga-atinyekwu n'ihe ọgwụ kịta anụnwa ihe a na-atụ anya a ga-emelụ nwaanyị isi mkpe
okwu ga-amaka ma ọmụ n'ịtụnyekwa n'ihe onye isi anyị kwuru asị m biko ndị obodo ha gbatara ya ọsọ enyemaka na ọ dịghị isi bikọs ụfọdụ ụmụ anyị na-apaticha akwụkwọ ịga mahadum yunivasiti ọ bụrụ na ego adịghị dịka nwatakịrị amaghị ihe ọ na-eme beta oduto na ego adịghị beta nwee ihe o kwuru ndị obodo tinye aka at least nwatakịrị dị otu apasiti achị ngwa nye nke a were gawa na anyị ga-etinyere gị aka na nsọpụtụ gị so ihe scholarship okwu dị ezigbote mkpa ka ndị obodo tinye anya na ya na-emere ahịa ọzọkwa ka ịbịa nke okwukwere fọ ihe trenin a dịkwa mma akụziere ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpe ngwa na-enye ndị nka merenụ ọ bụrụ ịzụ ahịa ọ bụrụ ịrụ ọrụ aka ezigbo ihe ka ọ bụ ha mechaa ya nye ha ọbụgodo ego ha were bido ya enye onye ahụ ego were bido nwunye dịka onye ahụ ama m ji echichi ngọnyekwa m ọzọ onye ahụ ga-ejizi n'ebe ahụ gbaa mbọ onwe letakwa ụmụaka ahụ anya so ihe nna ya ndị obodo ha biko ha tibara ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpe anya ebe ọ bụla ha ga-esinyere anya ka n'ụzọ dị iche iche ha biko mere anya ndewo
daalụ nne na-abịa ebe ị nọ Julie ịma na asị na onye a na-enye ihe na-ebu ụzọ eweta ọnụ ya wee nye ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị a ike gwụkwa onye ruo ọchị ka aka anụ ha ana na onwe ihe dịka Kevekra Foundation na-enye aka ọchịbasị ụkwụ ngwa ha bịaba na anyị nọ ọ dị gị ka ụmụ nwaanyị ndị isi mkpa oge ụfọdụ a na-emetechie ndị anachi ka aka na-eche ka abịa nyebe ha n'ọnụ
daalụrụ nne dịka ikwu ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe anyị ha na-adịba lezi mana tupu m bịa na nke a like otu a ga-esinyelu ndị ụmụ nwaanyị isi mkpa aka ọkachasị ndị ụmụ ha ka dịcha obere ịma na ụmụ nwoke ndị ụfọdụ ọma mbụ nkuchi mana afọrọ anya na onye a bụ wido a na-agbụ ya raụnd ịghọtago iji elu 5,000 2,000 nwere ihe ọ ga-egburu onye ji kelekele ụmụaka kama ya empawa ya chọọla ya ihe ọ ga-eme mana ịbịakwa n'ịchọ ihe a ga-eme ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-adịlezi ụfọdụ ụlọ bifọ di ha nwụọ nwere ihe ha na-alụ ụmụ ndị di ha ga-asị ụnụ alụ n'ọrụ n'ọdụ n'ụlọ mana mgbe ịchọzi nwoke efere ya efu ihe dị iche n'egbe na egbe ụfọdụ a ga-alụ ha bịa chinye ọkpa na-eche nwoke ga-eweta ego crayfish weta ego nka mgbe di ya nwụzie anya so na-asị ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị Jizọs wives ibe m ka ha jisi ike chọọ ihe ha ga na-eme ma ndị nke di ha ka dị ndụ ha chọọ ihe ha ga na-eme to save for that rainy day maka adị amasị onwe ka esi chọzie nwoke ịfọrọ ya enwe ihe ị ga-ejidetu aka wee na-azụ ụmụ gị even this empowerment mgbe ụfọdụ a ga-asị ka abịa mee skill acquisition ha ama mpụta ihe ha chọrọ bụ ebe ọ ga-abụ apụta enye ego ha chọrọ ịbịa mụọ ihe ọ ga-abụ ijiri aka gị like onye isi anyị si wee kwuo anyị mere skill acquisition on how to do perfumes. Very simple procedure. And custard. Very simple procedure. With 10,000, you can start off. Kelekele oil perfumes are 500, 1,000. I can't water one some.
Mbosi ọzọ a na-eme ụdị nkụzi a na-akpọ anyị ka anyị agosie afụ na enwe ihe mmadụ nwere ike ịmụ mụta ofu ihe ndị otu m amaghị eme perfum o nwere ike mme ya ka ma eme ka onye mma bụ ije gote nke onye ọzọ
enough announcement for the man. I'm going to so no so the one even biko no ka more try high game we balo one euro there is every dana sisi ina mo na alo potia obi na to go ni le di jaka bi wa ina bo na enye go ọhụrụ ya bi na na mmadu na analụ mkpali obi ya utago so biko ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị adị enyere onwe ha aka ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị nwere ihe ọ na-eme di gị nwa ebidokwe kontinu na-eme ya ka na ịchọbazi ndị ga-enyere aka na akwalite ihe mmadụ na-abụ na-eme ofu onye na-eme ya ọ ga-afịa arụ
mgbe a na-ebu a na-eme ya ọ dịghị ya fọzi mgbe ọ bụ ofu onye daalụ maka ntụnye ga pastọ Kate ịma apụta na-ene anya obodo mee ọ dịghị ka onwe ọrụ gọọmenti ga-emenwu
ọfụma ọrụ gọọmenti ga-eme karịrị akarị ịma na abịa na nke gọọmenti ọ bụrụ na gọọmenti ga-enwe ike maka onwe ife ndị oyibo na-akpọ slots apụta olu time eji enye ọrụ maka na so many of us bụkwa ndị nwunye Jizọs a gụsịrị akwụkwọ ana afe nwere ọrụ maka na ịbịa n'ife ọrụ oyibo a na-eme ndị ma ọ bụ na onwere onye ma onye adaba n'ọnwụnwa sị ngwa ka idina ya idina sị ka e wee nye ya nwaanyị eruru n'alịlị ọ bụrụ na ga-eme etu enwegasịrị NGOs dịka anyị otu a ha fụkwara na fadi ready and keen to help ndị widows na gọọmenti ga-abụ wepụta enwe opportunity ọrụ otu a ewepụta slots nyesịa ndị NGOs na-afụ for widows say ngwa out of 100 of these widows na this organization ka enye 20 slots ụbọchị ọzọ pụtakwa enyekwafa then ọnọkatakwa gologolo maka na ọ na-abụ nọkata ọ na-eli m ya ọ na-atụ m n'anya na anọkata sị na enwere ndị gọọmenti nyere palliative ị na-achọzi ndị nwanyị palliative n'afọfa asị gị na osofo wee nweta ọ bụrụ na gọọmenti na-abụ wepụta palliative na o nwere ife wepụta for ndị widows ọkaba arụfụ na ọ balụ every NGO na-afụ for widows aka mana ụfọdụ ife o ji ewutekwa bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị jikwa aka fe egbu onwe fa ife nwaanyị kpọrọ onwe nwaanyị si na ọ pụtara ka ọ na-afụ for widows enyezi anyị ego nye widows ma onye palliative nye widows o jogburu onwe ya sinarị nkapụ n'isi o jogbu because na mpụta asị m na enye palliative na wonde ebe o si na ndị enyezili ya so na gọọmenti kwesịrị etu ọ na-enwe ma monitoring teams na efe ndị ọzọ ọ na-eme ma construction ụmụnne ya ọfụkwa esikwa etu anwekwa monitoring teams ga-abụ na enwefe wepụtara for widows afụ na aka
tupu o si n'aka fere aka
Igbo si na-elisiri anụ ya lụsa ile ife nyere nwunye Jizọs
ga-anata
gọọmenti biko ka o nyere anyị aka na-enye anyị ọrụ job opportunities ịma na ekwubugo na ife mbụ seto enwere commissioner for women affairs si nwekwanụ commissioner for widows affairs
ọrụ ya bụ imekọta widows
anyị eruwe na ụwa widows ife ọbụ na enyere abụna for widows maka na asị women affairs weta apụfa ebe ilote na widows so na women mana eziokwu ị bịa n'ụlọ ụka fede elote na widows so na women apụta na tax women na tax widows ka a na tax women ma afọ ma afọ bụ odigo nne m ụlọ
ịzaga ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ onye chọburu iju ya bụ chioma chọrọ ịjụ ya apụta ụmụ nwaanyị ndị nwunye Jizọs ha na-etikpa akpa mana apụta ha ama izu ike ha atọ n'ụlọ ụka ọ gịnị ka ha na-achọ n'ụlọ ụka ọ bụ ebe ụka na-emere ha
ọbụ ihe a na-emere ha bụ like m ga-eji mma m maatụ ozi uru ọ na-aga chọọchị mpụta nsị ya nwunye Jizọs izukwere ike ọchị m na ọ na-eji ya aga echefu mkpi ya kama ọ ga-anọ n'ụlọ na-eche echiche ọ gakwa ebe ahụ ya na Jizọs a na-akparị o were ya na-echefu mkpi ya na-echefu ihe ụwa so mụ ahụ ewere ya na ụfọdụ na-abịa ebe ahụ ha na-eji aga echefu mkpa ha ka ha gbara BP ọsọ akọsakwara Jizọs oso chitere ha ka ọ mara ihe ọ ga-emere ha maka mbụ na onye ahụ ga-anọ n'ụlọ like mụ na ọ na-emekwe m mgbe m ga-anọ n'ụlọ ihe anya nne adịghị ego adịghị ọ na-elele echiche oke echiche na-eche etu ndị ọ pụrụ taa gaa ebe gadịrị ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m nọ ekota anyị na-eme ihe politiks a anyị ga ebe a bụrụ na nna gị n'ọrụ nwoke ụlọ ihe a na-enye anyị n'ọ ka m chụọ BP so taa ka ọ dịkwa n'ụfọdụ ha sị na a na-aga chọọchị atist agụ egwu chọọchị agụ ọgba ekpe ekpere ete egwu bifo onye anyị n'ụbọchị aga echefu echiche nke mbasa ahụ so otu ọ dị
pastọ ma ihe ji wee jụọ ha
ọ bụrụ na ọnwụ ihe a na-eme
ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ihe niile a na-eme n'ụlọ aka n'isi
otu ọ dị
na a na-alụbe fada maọbụ bishọp ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ya na a na-alụ akwụkwọ na a na-enye fada ndị maọbụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụ ya mana abịazie ifu nwunye Jizọs ọkwụnwere ụgwọ ụlọ ụmụ ya ga-aga akwụkwọ mana o sikwa n'ụlọ ụka pụta na-ajụzi ụlọ ụka na ha anaghị agharịpụ ndị nwunye Jizọs akpọ ha dịka onye isi ụka
ka a na-afụta ha lesafili n'ime nwunye Jizọs onwere ha ga-elita mana na mgbe ụfọdụ a nọ n'iru n'ụlọ ụka eje ruo fada eme ekwute okwu ije fada ndị ha pụta ekwute okwu harvest ha pụta iwe wedreda ha na onwere ka ha si elitakwu uru ya among themselves because onwere ihe dị ka inyere onye ịma na ọma nkwụghachi gị ụgwọ
inyere ya aka
mana ndị nke ụka na-eme ebe a ga-afụta ha ebe a ga-ezuzo kacha bụrụ ebe a ga-epu ezi ha.
Maka mpụta m na-ajụ ụmụ nwaanyị a ụfọdụ n'ime ha na agwakwa ya eziokwu. O nwekwa ndị ọ dị alụ mma nwee ndị na-afụ ha lie. O nwere mbọsị mfu ofu nwaanyị ya na nwa ya bụrụ ihe n'isi ha na-ele si n'ugwu onye ama side ebe a na-ele gas CNG gas wee bụrụ ihe n'isi. Ebe ọzọ mfụ ha bụ ka ha lutego side Akama. Mgbe na-enene nwaanyị a ihe atụọ m n'isi wee kwụrụ wee sị gị nke unu na-ele ama m na granọt ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe o bu n'isi. Nsị a ka ekwenụ since ibu ihe anụnwa na afọ gị side ebe eni ọ sị m n'otu a ka ha si agagharị nekete anya nsị ya onye bụ ihe ọsị m nwa gị nsị ọ gaghịkwanụ ọsị m na ọnọọsị ya na ọmụgo. Ihe njikwutie bụ nwaanyị a na-ata afụfụ a mbọsị ụka ọ nọ n'ụlọ ụka n'ụlọ ụka ada afụ ndị dị otu a sọsọ ihe ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-ene anya bụ ka alụọ agbagba ụlọ ụka ka alụọ ụlọ akwụkwọ
na fada ndị ụlọ ụka amarọ na fanọ mana ịmago na ndị na-egekwa ntị gbaya lụfa ma na-eziokwu ka nna chi ikwu ife bikọs mụ nwa na onwe m ọ na-egbute mri nne maka na ọ nwere oge rapụkwa ebe anyị si wee bịa na no matter how well nwunye Jesus dress within that that's only deep pain inside because no well somebody to one of our inspirations us and we are only withered but not withered we are only widowed but not withered na anyị bụ ndị nwunye Jesus does not mean na ya na ezigbo akwa neto onwe anyị anya na ihe yi ezigbo akwa neto does not mean that na ya nwere inner pains deep pains then we can ebe na nkịta anyị na-akpa nkata na anyị elive only wee pụta mana ife o ji ewute nri nne bụ na ị ga-abịa n'ụlọ ụka ịfụkwa na onye ndu ya bụ ụlọ ụka bụ pastọ sọsọ akpụkpọ oyigodo n'ụkwụ nọ na millions ọ na-echenji moto ka na-echenji akwa
ụfọdụ n'ime ha na-agba
ya onwefa private jets birthdays ya etu a ka a ga na-ego na-ebute mana ndị anwa na-egote na-ebute biko ọbụla onye gị na-anọ n'akụkụ n'ụlọ ụka igbukwunyere ya biko na-enwe akwa nne na be ya biko ka onye ọsị na ojiro
mana o jikwe nke o weta
give 20 million to the man who sow seed. If you 10 good people are but that's 1 million. And then the launching of something. Only I say I'm not going to say I'm launch bread. Amen. No. Mother will 30 million where tabelo bread. But then na go on no. Onya ka njuwe. No mistake we do put on we say ke pesa. And we can get that day. Somebody and next time I forget it as a plague. Nibu oya webia because ni yolo senyale yaka.
Ụfọdụ ekpudiri isi oni di ka mmadụ kwuo ibe afọ anya gị afụ nwaanyị a nwere onye gwa mana otu usu wee fụ ya ama m na o nwere ihe na afọ nwere ihe na-eri nne na ahụ mgbe jụọ ajụna m ihe sobeziri enu mana ajụjụ amaka ihe anya mfụ mana ụfọdụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ ụka ha ekwuru isi ọ bụrụ onye nwe onidi ka agwụ anya agwa
mana uche aka bụ na-ekwesị because na even when anya bụ church I hate that belief or a notion people nwere about widows. Now widows bụ sọsọ elu December more political campaigns etc. Widows, yeah, inye widows 10 kg rice na December. Passion, real truly passion for humanity. Jide the money, kweselo. We'll go to know once in a month or once in 2 months or more. You gather no widows. Yes, so my first someone there chapel. Isi go to no nya na ego ne bu salary na akwa.
Nwoke isi wee kwuo anya na m azụ kụziere m ogbo ihe a niile ifu nwaanyị anụ maka ọ na-aga ọ bụ na 1 million isi kedu ihe 1 million ga-eme ya ọ ga-egote nwuru tomatoes ka ị na-ele tomatoes o bido lebe tomatoes daalụ dịka anyị si n'anya oge anyị na ha asị anyị kpokoneti na mmechi okwu gị
ọkwa ihe nchọrọ itunye bifo anyị emechie ndị na-ege ntị anyị ga-asịkwa ndị widows eje n'ụka ụka dịkwa mma ọtụ ebe maka ị ga-edesali Chukwu ka ọ salị ya ka o si dịrị o nwere ka ị ga-esipụta dere nwere ihe inwe ije chọọ ụka ahụ kpechaa ekpere nwere na-apụta onwe Chukwu metụtara n'obi o nyere gị aka anyị ga na-eje ụka na-ekọsali Chukwu ndị ụfọdụ ndị ụka na-enyekwa aka mana ọ dị oge ncha ọ dị ezukwanụ ha dị otu o kwesịrị ọ na-aka mma ime nke a ga na-anụ afa ha na ya jiri 10 million sọpọtụ ha bịa igwe 500,000 na-ewido nọ na be gị nọ n'akụkụ gị ka e wee mara ihe ọ ga-eme
mana akwụkwọ nsọ mere ka anyị marụ na ị na-eme ihe ekwekwana ka aka ihe enye karịa ịnala amalụ ihe onye ọba ọ ga-abalị uru ọ bụrụ inye onye nwere enwe ọdịdị daalụ ekene m unu maka isonyere anyị na nke taa na mkpokọta okwu gị Ambassador Pastor Kate ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye nenele anyị akachacha ndị obodo anyị na-atụ anya na ha ga-eme ihe
daalụ rinne onye ndu Ngozi Otakwumere ndụmọdụ na-achị enye ndị obodo na ndị na-enene anyị n'ụbọchị nke tata bụ bikonu ka anyị jikọọ na aka ọnụ because onwere onye gasị na onwere nwunye Jizọs nọ n'akụkụ ya ọ bụgodu na ọ bụrụ nwanne ya n'afọ onye agbata obi biko ana m ayọ onumebe nwanne agba n'ọsọ maka na agbata obi onye bụ nwanne ya anyị amara ebe isi ga-abụ eze echi anyị amarakwanụ ebe enyemaka maka na ọ na-abanye okwu enyemaka ndị mmadụ echee nọ enyemaka ewu o nwekwa ike ọ bụrụ onye bụ nwaanyị ajadu na-akpagbu n'akụkụ gị ga-afụ gị wonde n'ụzọ ebe ị nọ na nsogbu osoro gị agbata ọsọ afụgo m mmadụ na-abụ na-eso ezigbo okwu agbata obi ofu na-eje Lagos nke ọzọ na-ana fa na-egbukwa onwe fa n'akụkụ ebe fa bisi ana ofu nwere asidenti n'ụzọ nke ọzọ na-ana fụ ebe a nwere asidenti si ka ọ kwụsị malụ ma olu plan behold ọ bụrụ onye awa na-akpagbu na agbata obi ọ chọọ ya pụọ mana mmụọ onye kwere ya ochi ya azụnyela aka ọnya bụ na ọnya dị ndụ tata so ka anyị ghara ichezi na enyemaka bụ sọsọ ego bikonu ayịyọ m tata bụ ka anyị nyere unu ndị nwunye Jizọs aka ọ bụgodu n'ego ọ bụrụ na enyela aka ka ọnwa ife obidolu ọ nwere ndị nwesịkwa opportunity enyi ọ gasị ọlụ ọ bụrụgodo ọlụ si nye maka na anyị believe na teach me how to fish ọ bụrụ ọlụ si nyela aka nweta ọlụ ọ bụgodu na ọ bụrụ gị na-enye nwee ike mara onye na-enye nụ si nyela aka nweta ọlụ si nyela aka ka ebido ngwagwa ya bụ nwaanyị ajadu kedu efe eche enwe ka nyela aka inyerugodo ya bụ nwaanyị ya lụ nwa ya ọ nwelele nwa ya ga-amụta nwa ọrụ aka dịka ụmụ m masị ka esi eme perfumes a famasi ka esi malụ ka esi eme custard ka m mụtara akụzielu mfa so na nwenye ka esi wee mee kịta nwe afụ ego they can start on their own jiri ya wee kpatabara onwefe ego netebe onwefe nzu ike n'ofu akụkụ fa mụtara ya mana ọ na ego ji ọrụ so na onye ya bụ ayịyọ m na ịna-ayọ n'isi ndị nwunye Jizọs ọbụla ka ndị obodo nyere aka ndị igwe nyere aka ndị agbata obi nyere aka ndị gọọmenti nyere aka daalụ